Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. My name is Vembo, and as always, I've collected some of the most bizarre, frustrating, and downright unbelievable stories from the depths of Reddit. So grab your favorite drink, get comfortable, and let's dive into some stories. Our first story comes from someone dealing with a neighbour who has some very specific ideas about property boundaries. I've been living in my house for about 3 years now, and for the most part, my neighbours have been pretty reasonable. The couple next door keeps to themselves, we wave when we see each other. Typical suburban stuff. But about 6 months ago, I started noticing something odd happening to the hedge that runs along our shared fence line. The hedge is technically on my side of the property line. I planted it when I first moved in because I wanted some privacy, and it looked nice. Nothing fancy, just some basic shrubs that I trim maybe twice a year to keep them looking decent. I'm not exactly a master gardener, but I do my best to keep my yard looking presentable. One morning I was having my coffee on the back deck when I noticed my neighbour climbing over the fence with a pair of hedge trimmers. At first I thought maybe something had fallen into his yard, or he was helping me out somehow. But then I watched him start meticulously trimming my hedge. Not just a quick clean-up, but a full reshaping job that took him almost 2 hours. When he finished, I walked over to ask what was going on. He smiled and said he'd noticed the hedge was getting a bit uneven and thought he'd help out by making it look more symmetrical. He seemed genuinely proud of his work and was waiting for me to thank him. I tried to be polite and explained that while I appreciated the thought, the hedge was on my property and I preferred to take care of my own landscaping. He looked confused and said that since we both had to look at it every day, it made sense for the person with better trimming skills to handle the maintenance. He pointed out that his side of his own hedge was perfectly manicured, while mine had been, in his words, slightly lopsided. I thanked him again, but asked him to check with me before doing any work on my plants in the future. I thought that would be the end of it, but 2 weeks later, I caught him doing it again. This time, he was out there at 7 in the morning, trimming away like it was his own yard. When I confronted him, he said the hedge had started looking unbalanced again, and he couldn't stand seeing it that way. He insisted that symmetry was important for property values, and that I should appreciate having a neighbour who cared about maintaining standards. I told him more firmly that he needed to stay on his side of the fence and let me handle my own landscaping. He agreed, but I could tell he wasn't happy about it. For the next month, I caught him staring at my hedge through his kitchen window with this pained expression, like he was watching me torture a work of art. Then last week, I came home from work to find him in my yard again, but this time he'd brought a level and was measuring the height of each section of the hedge. When he saw me, he explained that he'd been watching the hedge grow and had calculated the exact measurements needed to achieve perfect symmetry. He'd even drawn up a maintenance schedule that would keep everything proportioned correctly throughout the growing season. I've tried explaining property lines, asking him to stop, even putting up a small fence along that section of the yard. But he keeps finding ways to access the hedge, and every time he insists, he's just trying to help maintain proper symmetry. Yesterday, I found a note in my mailbox with detailed instructions on hedge trimming techniques and a suggestion that we split the cost of professional landscaping tools. The hedge actually does look really good when he's done with it. I'll give him that, but it's the principle of the matter. It's my property, my plants, and my choice how to maintain them. I just want him to stay on his side of the fence and let me handle my own yard work, even if it means living with slightly imperfect symmetry. That story ends there. Some people really can't handle imperfection, even when it's not their responsibility to fix it. The fact that he's out there with measuring tools and maintenance schedules for someone else's hedge shows a level of obsession that's honestly impressive in the worst way possible. Speaking of people who can't mind their own business, this next story involves someone who decided to rewrite history in the most convenient way possible. I've known my friend since college, and she's always been the type of person who has strong opinions about everything. We've stayed close over the years, and I've always been someone she could count on when things got tough financially. About 8 months ago, she was going through a rough patch with her job situation and was worried about making rent. She called me one evening completely stressed out, saying she didn't know what she was going to do and that she might have to move back in with her parents. I'd just gotten a bonus at work and had some extra money sitting in my savings account. So I offered to loan her $1,500 to help her get through the month. We agreed she'd pay me back in 3 months when she expected to have her finances sorted out. I transferred the money that same night, and she was incredibly grateful. She kept saying she didn't know what she would have done without me, and that she'd never forget how I helped her when she really needed it. For the next few weeks, she'd text me updates about her job search and thank me again for being such a good friend. The 3-month mark came and went without any mention of repayment. I didn't want to be pushy about it, so I waited another month before bringing it up casually during one of our regular coffee dates. She seemed surprised that I mentioned it and said she thought we'd agreed on 6 months, not 3. I was pretty sure it had been 3 months, but I didn't want to argue about it, so I said that 6 months would be fine. 6 months passed and still nothing. By this point, I really needed the money back because I was dealing with some unexpected car repairs. When I brought it up again, she got defensive and said she was still struggling financially and couldn't believe I was pressuring her about money when she was going through such a hard time. I tried to be understanding, but I explained that I had my own expenses to deal with and really needed her to start making payments, even if it was just $50 a month. She agreed to that, but the payments never materialized. Every time I asked about it, there was a new crisis or emergency that made it impossible for her to pay anything. Last month, I was at a party with a group of mutual friends when the topic of money and friendship came up. Someone mentioned how awkward it can be when friends borrow money from each other, and my friend immediately jumped into the conversation. She started telling everyone about how stressful it had been when she had to loan me money during a difficult period in my life. I sat there in complete shock as she described in detail how she'd helped me out when I was struggling to pay rent, how worried she'd been about whether I'd be able to pay her back, and how relieved she was when I finally did. She made it sound like she'd been the generous friend helping me through a crisis, not the other way around. Several people at the party turned to look at me with sympathetic expressions, clearly thinking I'd been going through financial difficulties. One friend even offered to help me out if I was still struggling with money. I was so stunned by the complete reversal of the story that I didn't even know how to respond. When I pulled her aside later and asked what she was talking about, she acted confused and said she thought that's what had happened. When I reminded her that I was the one who had loaned her the money, she got flustered and said she'd gotten mixed up because we'd both been going through stressful times. But she never corrected the story with our friends. The most infuriating part is that she still hasn't paid me back the original $1,500. But somehow, in her version of events, she's the generous friend who came to my rescue. I don't know if she genuinely convinced herself that's what happened, or if she's deliberately rewriting history to avoid feeling guilty about the debt. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to flip yourself from borrower to lender in your own memory is truly Olympic-level self-deception. It's amazing how some people can rewrite history so completely that they become the hero of someone else's generosity story. Our next tale comes from someone dealing with a co-worker who has discovered the perfect excuse for controlling the office environment. I work in a pretty standard office environment with about 20 people spread across an open floor plan. Like most offices, we have ongoing debates about the thermostat. Some people are always cold, others are always hot, and finding a temperature that works for everyone is basically impossible. For the most part, we've managed to keep it somewhere in the middle ground where it's tolerable for everyone. About 2 months ago, we hired a new team member who seemed nice enough during her first week. She was friendly, asked good questions, and seemed to fit in well with the office culture. But then she started having issues with the temperature. Every morning when she arrived, the first thing she'd do was walk over to the thermostat and crank it up to 80 degrees. At first, people just assumed she was naturally cold and would readjust it once she warmed up, but the temperature would stay at 80 all day. turning the office into a sauna. After a few days of this, several people mentioned to her that it was getting uncomfortably warm and asked if she could lower it a bit. That's when she explained that she suffers from severe migraines that are triggered by cold temperatures. She said her doctor had specifically told her that temperature fluctuations and cold environments were major triggers for her condition, and that maintaining a consistent warm temperature was the only way she could function at work. Nobody wanted to be the person who argued with someone's medical needs, so we tried to work around it. People started bringing fans to their desks, wearing lighter clothing, and generally just dealing with the heat. But 80 degrees in an office where people are sitting at computers all day is genuinely miserable. Within an hour of her arrival each morning, everyone would be sweating and uncomfortable. The situation got more complicated when she started policing other people's attempts to cool down. If someone opened a window, she'd close it and explain that drafts were a trigger. If someone brought in a portable fan, she'd ask them to point it away from her area because the air movement was problematic. She even complained to management when someone suggested adjusting the thermostat to 75 degrees, saying that anything below 80 put her at risk for debilitating headaches. What made it even more frustrating was that she seemed to be the only person in the office who was comfortable. Everyone else was visibly wilting in the heat, but she'd be sitting there in long sleeves and closed-toe shoes, completely fine, while the rest of us were practically melting at our desks. Last week, I decided to do some research on migraine triggers and temperature sensitivity. While cold can indeed be a trigger for some people, the medical literature suggests that most migraine sufferers are actually more sensitive to heat than cold. Sudden temperature changes can be problematic, but maintaining an environment that's 20 degrees warmer than normal office temperature seemed excessive. I also started paying attention to her behaviour throughout the day. She'd arrive at 8 in the morning and immediately set the thermostat to 80. But I noticed that she'd often step outside for phone calls or smoke breaks, spending 15 or 20 minutes in weather that was significantly cooler than the office. If cold temperatures were such a severe trigger, it seemed odd that she'd voluntarily expose herself to them multiple times per day. The breaking point came yesterday when she complained to HR about the office being hostile to people with medical conditions because someone had brought in an ice pack for a sports injury. She claimed that seeing cold items made her anxious about potential temperature drops and that we needed to be more considerate of invisible disabilities. Meanwhile, 3 people have started working from home more often because they can't tolerate the heat, and our productivity has definitely dropped because everyone is uncomfortable and sluggish in the sauna-like conditions. The irony is that her solution to preventing her migraines is giving everyone else heat-induced headaches. That story ends right there. Turning an entire office into a personal sauna and then policing everyone else's attempts to cool down is next-level workplace manipulation. The fact that she's stepping outside into cooler air while claiming cold temperatures trigger migraines really tells you everything you need to know about the legitimacy of this situation. Speaking of people who think they're the main character in every situation, this next story involves someone who apparently missed the memo about how family photos work. My cousin has always been the type of person who needs to be the centre of attention at family gatherings. He's loud, he dominates conversations, and he has this way of making everything about him, even when it's supposed to be someone else's moment. But what happened at my grandmother's 80th birthday party last weekend crossed a line I didn't even know existed. My whole extended family had gathered for this milestone celebration. We're talking about 40 people who hadn't all been in the same room for probably 5 years. My grandmother was absolutely glowing, surrounded by children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. The photographer we'd hired was doing a great job capturing candid moments throughout the day, but the big moment was going to be the formal family portrait. Getting 40 people organised for a photo is like herding cats under the best circumstances. People were scattered around the backyard, kids were running around, and it took a solid 10 minutes just to get everyone's attention. The photographer had us arranged in rows with my grandmother front and centre, surrounded by her children. then grandchildren behind them, and great-grandchildren filling in the spaces. I'd been positioned right next to my grandmother on her left side, which felt meaningful since we've always had a special relationship. She used to babysit me after school when I was little, and I'd spent countless hours listening to her stories about growing up during the Depression. Being right there next to her for this important photo felt like the perfect way to honour that bond. The photographer was making final adjustments, moving people slightly to get better angles and making sure everyone was visible. He just said, "Okay, everyone look this way," when my cousin suddenly stepped forward from the back row. Without saying a word, he put his hands on my shoulders and physically moved me aside, taking my spot right next to our grandmother. I was so shocked that I didn't even react at first. One second I was standing next to my grandmother, and the next second I was awkwardly positioned behind someone's shoulder while my cousin had claimed the prime real estate. He didn't ask, didn't explain, just moved me like I was a piece of furniture that needed to be rearranged. The photographer looked confused and asked if everything was okay. My cousin smiled and said he thought this arrangement looked better, that it was more balanced with him next to Grandma since he was taller. Meanwhile, I'm standing there trying to process what had just happened and figure out how to respond without causing a scene at my grandmother's birthday party. My grandmother noticed the commotion and asked what was going on. My cousin told her he'd just adjusted the positioning to make sure the photo looked professional. He put his arm around her and started talking about how important it was to capture this moment properly, completely ignoring the fact that he'd just pushed me out of my spot to make it happen. I could see other family members looking uncomfortable, but nobody wanted to be the person who started drama during the photo session. The photographer was clearly just waiting for us to sort ourselves out so he could take the picture. I had about 3 seconds to decide whether to stand up for myself or let it slide for the sake of keeping the peace. I chose to speak up. I told my cousin that I'd been positioned there intentionally and asked him to return to his original spot in the back row. He acted surprised and said he thought we were just trying to get the best arrangement possible. He suggested that maybe I was being a little too possessive about standing positions and that we should focus on what was best for the family photo. The whole situation was becoming increasingly awkward. My grandmother looked upset that there was conflict happening during what was supposed to be a joyful moment. Other family members were starting to whisper among themselves. The photographer was checking his watch and probably wondering how long this was going to take. My aunt finally stepped in and diplomatically suggested that we take multiple photos with different arrangements so everyone could have a turn standing next to Grandma. It was a reasonable solution that allowed my cousin to save face while giving me back my original position. We ended up taking about 6 different photos with various groupings and arrangements, but the damage was already done. What should have been a simple, meaningful family photo had turned into this weird power struggle that left everyone feeling uncomfortable. Even now, a week later, I keep thinking about how presumptuous it was for him to just move me aside like he had some kind of assigned seating authority. The final photos turned out beautifully, and my grandmother was happy with how they captured the whole family together. But I can't look at them without remembering that moment when my cousin decided his presence next to her was more important than respecting the arrangement that had already been established. That story's over. The entitlement of just physically moving someone out of a family photo spot is breathtaking. Imagine thinking you have the authority to rearrange people like chess pieces at someone else's celebration. The fact that he acted like he was doing everyone a favour by making the photo more professional just makes it worse. Our next story comes from someone who learned that asking family for help sometimes comes with unexpected creative liberties. I've had my golden retriever for about 4 years now, and he's always been my pride and joy. His name is Copper, and he has this gorgeous thick coat that's this perfect golden colour that catches the light beautifully when he runs. I've always been pretty particular about his grooming, taking him to the same professional groomer every 6 weeks to keep him looking his best. Last month I had to go out of town for a work conference that was going to last 5 days. I'd never left Copper for that long before, and I was stressed about finding someone to take care of him. Boarding facilities make me nervous, and I wanted him to stay somewhere familiar where he'd be comfortable and get plenty of attention. My mum offered to watch him at her house, and it seemed like the perfect solution. Copper knows her well. She has a big fenced yard, and she's retired, so she'd be home with him all day. She seemed excited about having a furry house guest for the week, and I felt relieved knowing he'd be in good hands with someone who loves him almost as much as I do. I dropped Copper off on Sunday morning before my flight, along with detailed instructions about his feeding schedule, his favourite toys, and the contact information for his vet, just in case. My mum was already spoiling him with treats and belly rubs before I even left her driveway. I felt confident that he was going to have a great week. The conference kept me busy, but I texted my mum every day to check on Copper. She'd send me photos of him playing in the yard, sleeping on her couch, and generally looking happy and relaxed. Everything seemed to be going perfectly, and I was looking forward to picking him up on Friday afternoon. When I arrived at my mum's house after my flight, I could hear Copper barking excitedly inside, clearly recognising the sound of my car in the driveway. My mum opened the front door with this big smile and called for Copper to come see me. What came running toward me looked like a completely different dog. Copper's beautiful long coat had been shaved down to maybe half an inch all over his body. His fluffy tail was now a skinny rope with a little puff at the end. His face looked completely different without the longer hair around his ears and muzzle. He looked like a golden retriever who'd been crossed with a poodle, and not in a good way. I stood there staring at my dog, trying to process what I was seeing. My mum was beaming like she'd done me this incredible favour. She started explaining how she'd noticed that Copper seemed warm during their walks, and how she thought he'd be more comfortable with shorter hair for the summer months. She'd taken him to her groomer and asked for a nice summer cut. I asked her why she hadn't called me before making such a drastic change to my dog's appearance. She seemed surprised by my reaction and said she thought I'd be grateful that she'd taken care of his grooming while I was away. She pointed out that it would save me money since I wouldn't need to take him to the groomer for a while. The thing is, golden retrievers have double coats that are supposed to provide insulation against both heat and cold. Shaving them down like this can actually make temperature regulation more difficult, and can sometimes cause the coat to grow back incorrectly. I'd specifically avoided having Copper's coat cut short because I knew it wasn't good for his breed. When I tried to explain this to my mum, she got defensive and said that her groomer had assured her it was fine, and that lots of people get their dogs shaved in the summer. She couldn't understand why I was upset about something that was going to grow back anyway. She kept saying that Copper seemed happier and cooler, and that I was being too precious about his appearance. I wasn't just upset about how he looked, though that was part of it. I was frustrated that she'd made a major decision about my dog without consulting me first. If she'd called and asked, I could have explained about his coat type, and we could have discussed other ways to keep him cool, like more frequent brushing or limiting walks to cooler parts of the day. The grooming job itself wasn't even well done. The length was uneven in places, and there were a few spots where the clippers had gone too close to his skin. It looked like whoever did it wasn't familiar with golden retriever coats and had just treated him like any other dog that comes in for a summer shave. Copper seemed oblivious to the whole situation, just happy to see me and excited to go home. But every time I looked at him over the next few days, I felt this wave of frustration about the situation. It's going to take months for his coat to grow back to its original length and texture, assuming it grows back normally at all. When I told my friends what happened, they were split between thinking my mum had overstepped boundaries and thinking I was overreacting to something that would eventually fix itself. But to me, it wasn't really about the haircut itself. It was about the assumption that she could make that kind of decision without asking, and then act surprised when I wasn't thrilled about it. My mum still doesn't understand why I was upset. She thinks she did something helpful, and that I'm being ungrateful for her week of dog sitting. She keeps pointing out that Copper seems fine, and that his hair will grow back. But it's been 3 weeks now, and I'm still getting used to how different he looks. That story is over. Nothing says I'm helping quite like permanently altering someone's pet without permission. The fact that she genuinely expected gratitude for this surprise makeover shows how completely she missed the mark on understanding boundaries. Poor Copper probably has no idea why everyone keeps staring at him. Moving right along to our next tale, which involves someone whose roommate has appointed herself as the household nutrition police. Living with roommates always involves some level of compromise when it comes to shared spaces and expenses. You learn to work around different schedules, respect each other's belongings, and generally try to coexist peacefully in the same space. What I didn't expect was having to defend my grocery choices like I was facing a food tribunal every time I came back from the store. My roommate started what she calls a clean eating journey about 2 months ago. She's always been health conscious, but this was a complete lifestyle overhaul involving organic everything, no processed foods, and a lot of supplements that cost more than my entire weekly grocery budget. I was supportive of her goals and happy that she was doing something that made her feel good. The problem started when she began viewing my food choices as somehow threatening to her new lifestyle. I'd come home from grocery shopping and find her examining my purchases with this disapproving expression, making comments about ingredients and additives like she was conducting a scientific analysis of everything I planned to eat. At first, it was just passive-aggressive observations. She'd notice my frozen dinners and mention how much sodium they contained. She'd see my regular pasta and talk about how much better she felt since switching to quinoa. She'd comment on my snacks and suggest healthier alternatives that cost 3 times as much. I tried to be patient with her enthusiasm for healthy eating, but it was getting exhausting to have every food choice critiqued by someone who just discovered nutritional labels 2 months earlier. I started unpacking my groceries quickly and storing everything in my designated areas to avoid the commentary. Last week, I came home from a particularly long day at work to find that half of my groceries were missing. The frozen meals I'd bought for busy weeknights were gone. My regular bread had been replaced with some kind of sprouted grain loaf that looked like it was made from tree bark. Even my coffee creamer had been swapped out for an unsweetened almond version that tasted like water. When I asked my roommate what had happened to my food, she explained that she'd thrown away the items that didn't align with healthy living and had replaced them with better alternatives. She said she was protecting the household from processed foods and chemicals, and that I'd thank her once I experienced how much better I'd feel eating clean. I was completely stunned by her response. These weren't shared groceries or items that affected her in any way. They were my personal food purchases that I'd bought with my own money and planned to eat in my own space. The idea that she had the authority to throw away my belongings and replace them with things she approved of was beyond presumptuous. When I told her I wanted her to replace everything she'd thrown away, she got defensive and said she was trying to help me make better choices. She pointed out that the replacement items were higher quality and that I was being ungrateful for her attempt to improve my health. She actually used the phrase, protecting the household, like my frozen dinners were some kind of toxic waste. I explained that regardless of her good intentions, she had no right to dispose of my personal property without permission. I told her that if she wanted to eat exclusively organic whole foods, that was her choice, but she couldn't impose those decisions on other people. She seemed genuinely shocked that I wasn't appreciative of her intervention. The conversation escalated when she started lecturing me about the long-term health consequences of my food choices and how my eating habits were contributing to a culture of processed food dependence. She made it sound like my frozen vegetables and whole grain pasta were equivalent to a diet of pure junk food. What made it even more frustrating was that many of the items she'd thrown away were actually reasonably healthy options. I don't exclusively eat processed foods, but I also don't have the time or budget to prepare every meal from scratch using only organic ingredients. My food choices were practical for my lifestyle and budget, not some kind of rebellion against healthy living. She ended up reluctantly agreeing to replace the items she'd thrown away, but she made it clear that she thought I was making poor choices and that she'd done nothing wrong. She kept emphasizing that she'd spent her own money on the replacement items, as if that somehow justified throwing away my original purchases. The whole incident made me realize that living with someone who views their lifestyle choices as morally superior to everyone else's creates an incredibly uncomfortable dynamic. It's one thing to be passionate about healthy eating, but it's another thing entirely to assume you have the authority to enforce those standards on other people's personal belongings. That story is over. Appointing yourself as the household food police and literally throwing away your roommate's groceries is peak controlling behavior. The fact that she expected gratitude for this intervention while demanding reimbursement for the replacement items she chose shows a special kind of entitlement that's hard to match. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that neighbours can get very creative about property rights. I moved into my current house about a year ago, and one of the things I really love about it is the big picture window in my living room. It faces west, so I get this beautiful, natural light in the evenings, and I can see the sunset from my couch. I work from home most days, so having that bright, cheerful view has been great for my mood and productivity. About 3 months ago, I started getting strange looks from my neighbour across the street whenever I was in my front yard. He's an older guy, probably in his 60s, and he'd always seemed friendly enough. We'd wave to each other when we saw each other getting mail or working in our yards. Normal neighbour stuff. Then one evening, I was sitting in my living room reading when I heard someone knocking on my front door. It was my neighbour, and he looked kind of uncomfortable. He introduced himself properly and said he wanted to talk to me about something that had been bothering him. I invited him in, thinking maybe there was a noise issue or something I could easily fix. He sat down on my couch and looked around the room for a minute before explaining why he was there. He said that my living room lights were creating a problem for him in the evenings. Specifically, he told me that when I had my lamps on after dark, the light coming through my window was ruining the ambience in his backyard. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, so I asked him to explain. He said he liked to sit on his back deck in the evenings and watch the sunset, but my house lights were creating a glare that interfered with his view of the natural lighting. He said it was particularly problematic when I had multiple lamps on, because the bright artificial light was competing with the softer evening light he was trying to enjoy. I told him I was sorry he was having that issue, but I wasn't sure what I could do about it. I explained that I work late hours sometimes and need to have lights on in my living room. He nodded and said he understood, but then he made a suggestion that caught me completely off guard. He asked if I would be willing to keep my blinds closed after sunset so that my interior lighting wouldn't spill out into the neighbourhood. He said it would really help him enjoy his outdoor time without the distraction of artificial light sources. He even offered to split the cost of blackout curtains if I was worried about the expense. I stared at him for a moment, trying to process what he was asking. He wanted me to block my own windows in my own house so that he could have a better view from his backyard. I told him that I really valued the natural light from that window, and that closing the blinds every evening would make my living room feel closed off and dark. He seemed disappointed by my response and explained that he'd been dealing with this problem for months. He said he'd tried adjusting where he sat on his deck, but my window was positioned in such a way that the light was visible from most angles in his backyard. He mentioned that his evening routine of watching the sunset was really important to his mental health and relaxation. I felt bad that he was struggling with this issue, but I also felt like his request was unreasonable. I told him I'd think about it and see if there was some kind of compromise we could work out. Maybe I could use dimmer bulbs or position my lamps differently to reduce the amount of light that was visible from his yard. But he kept pushing the blackout curtain idea, saying it was really the only solution that would completely solve the problem. He mentioned that lots of people close their blinds at night anyway, for privacy, and that it would probably save me money on heating costs during the winter months. The conversation went on for almost an hour, with him presenting various arguments for why blocking my windows was the logical solution to his sunset viewing problem. He never seemed to consider that asking someone to darken their own living space for a neighbour's convenience might not be a reasonable request. I finally told him I needed to think about it and would get back to him. After he left, I sat in my living room with the lights on, looking out at the sunset he was so concerned about protecting. The idea that my normal use of my own living room was somehow interfering with his outdoor relaxation experience seemed absurd to me. The next day, I went to the hardware store and bought some sheer curtains that would soften the light without completely blocking my view. I figured it was a reasonable compromise that might address his concerns without making my living room feel like a cave. But when I mentioned the curtains to him a few days later, he said they weren't going to solve the problem because light would still be visible through them. He was back to insisting that only blackout curtains would work, and he seemed frustrated that I wasn't willing to completely eliminate the light from my window. I told him that the sheer curtains were the best compromise I could offer, and that I wasn't willing to block my windows entirely. He walked away looking disappointed, and since then he's been giving me these pointed looks whenever he sees me in my yard, like I'm being deliberately difficult about something that should be simple to fix. I still use my living room normally, with lights on when I need them, and I haven't installed blackout curtains. But I do feel awkward about the whole situation, and I catch myself being more conscious of my lighting choices in the evenings. It's strange how one conversation can make you feel self-conscious about something as basic as turning on lamps in your own house. That story is over. Imagine asking someone to live in darkness so you can have the perfect sunset viewing experience from your deck. The fact that he offered to split the cost of blackout curtains shows he genuinely thought this was a reasonable, neighbourly compromise rather than a completely ridiculous request. Our next tale involves someone whose sibling apparently believes in the magical disappearing evidence theory of car maintenance. My brother asked to borrow my car last month, while his was in the shop getting some kind of engine work done. I don't usually like lending out my car, but he's family, and he seemed genuinely stuck without transportation. He promised he'd take good care of it and have it back to me within a week, once his own car was fixed. The car I drive is nothing fancy, just a reliable sedan that I bought used about 3 years ago. But I take good care of it, keep up with regular maintenance, and it's been completely dependable since I've owned it. No weird noises, no mechanical issues, just a solid vehicle that gets me where I need to go without any drama. My brother picked up the car on a Monday morning, and I gave him the usual warnings about checking the oil, not riding the brakes, all the standard stuff you tell someone when they borrow your vehicle. He seemed appreciative and assured me he'd treat it like his own car. I felt good about helping him out during what was obviously a stressful situation with his own transportation. Throughout the week, he'd text me updates about how much he appreciated being able to use the car, how well it was running, and how he'd definitely have it back to me by the weekend. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, and I was glad I'd been able to help him avoid the expense and inconvenience of a rental car. When he returned the car on Saturday afternoon, everything looked normal from the outside. It was clean, the gas tank was full, and he'd even gotten it washed, which was a nice touch. He thanked me multiple times for letting him borrow it, and said it had been a huge help during a difficult week. But when I started the car to move it back into my usual parking spot, I immediately noticed something was wrong. There was this rattling noise coming from somewhere under the hood, a metallic sound that definitely hadn't been there before. It wasn't super loud, but it was noticeable and consistent, happening whenever the engine was running. I turned off the car and asked my brother if he'd noticed any unusual sounds while he was driving it. He looked genuinely confused and said he hadn't heard anything out of the ordinary. He suggested that maybe it was just something I hadn't noticed before, or that it was a sound that happened sometimes, but not others. I started the car again and let him listen to the rattling noise. It was clearly audible from inside the car, not something subtle that you might miss during normal driving. I pointed out that this definitely wasn't a sound the car had been making before, and I asked if anything had happened during the week that might have caused it. He insisted that nothing unusual had occurred while he was driving the car. No accidents, no rough roads, no mechanical problems, nothing that would explain the new noise. He seemed as puzzled by it as I was, and he offered to help me figure out what might be causing it. Over the next few days, the rattling got worse. It was happening not just when the car was idling, but during acceleration, and even when I was coasting to a stop. I took it to my mechanic, who told me that something in the engine compartment had come loose or been damaged, but he'd need to do a more thorough inspection to determine exactly what was wrong. When I called my brother to let him know what the mechanic had said, he maintained that he had no idea what could have caused the problem. He suggested that maybe it was just coincidental timing, that the car had been developing this issue before he borrowed it, and it just happened to become noticeable after he returned it. The mechanic's inspection revealed that a heat shield had been damaged and was vibrating against other engine components. It wasn't a catastrophic problem, but it was definitely going to need to be repaired, and it was clearly the result of some kind of impact or rough handling that had occurred recently. When I shared this information with my brother, he continued to insist that nothing had happened while he was driving the car. He said he couldn't explain how the heat shield got damaged, but he was certain it wasn't anything he'd done. He offered to split the cost of the repair, which seemed like an admission of some level of responsibility, but he never admitted to knowing what had caused the damage. The repair ended up costing me almost $300, money I hadn't budgeted for and wouldn't have needed to spend if the car had been returned in the same condition it was lent out. My brother did contribute half of the cost, but the whole situation left me feeling frustrated and unsure about whether I could trust his version of events. What bothers me most isn't even the money, though that was annoying. It's the fact that something clearly happened to my car during the week he was driving it, but he's sticking to this story that he has no knowledge of any incident that could have caused the damage. Either he genuinely doesn't remember something that happened, or he's choosing not to tell me about it. I can't prove that he's not telling the truth, and I don't want to accuse my own brother of lying to me. But the timeline is pretty clear. The car was fine when I lent it out, and it had a mechanical problem when it was returned. Something happened during that week, and he's the only person who knows what it was. The mechanic said the type of damage to the heat shield suggested that the car had either hit something or had something hit it, like driving over debris in the road or maybe scraping against a curb or parking barrier. These aren't the kind of incidents that someone would forget about, especially if they were driving someone else's vehicle. I've decided not to lend my car to family members anymore, which feels sad but necessary. The whole experience has made me realize that even people you trust can put you in difficult positions when it comes to taking responsibility for things that go wrong. That story is over. The mysterious case of the damaged heat shield that apparently materialized out of thin air is a classic example of selective memory. Something doesn't just spontaneously break on a car that was working perfectly, but somehow nobody ever knows what happened. The offer to split the repair cost while maintaining complete innocence is particularly telling. Speaking of workplace dynamics that make you question humanity, this next story involves someone who has appointed herself as the office social director. The office where I work has this break room with maybe 6 or 7 small tables scattered around. It's nothing fancy, just a place where people can eat lunch away from their desks and maybe decompress for a few minutes during the workday. I've always been someone who values quiet time during lunch, so I usually find a table by myself where I can eat in peace and maybe scroll through my phone or read for a bit. There's this co-worker who started about 4 months ago, and she's extremely social and outgoing. She knows everyone's names, remembers details about people's personal lives, and generally seems to thrive on interpersonal interaction. She's actually really nice, and I can see why people enjoy talking with her. She's just not someone who understands that not everyone wants to be social all the time. About 6 weeks ago, she started joining me at my usual lunch table. At first, I thought it was just coincidental, that maybe all the other tables were full and she needed somewhere to sit. I didn't mind sharing the space, and I figured she'd probably find other people to eat with once she got more settled in the office. But it became a daily occurrence. Every day at lunchtime, she'd come into the break room, look around at all the available seating options, and then come sit at my table. She'd set down her lunch and immediately start talking about her morning, asking about my work, trying to start conversations about office politics or weekend plans. I'm not naturally chatty during lunch, especially when I'm trying to unwind from a busy morning. I give polite responses to her questions, but I wasn't really engaging in extended conversations. I thought she'd pick up on the social cues and realise that I was more interested in quiet time than discussion. Instead, she seemed to interpret my quiet responses as some kind of challenge or problem that needed to be solved. She started making comments about how I seemed tired or stressed, asking if everything was okay, wondering if there was something bothering me that I wanted to talk about. I tried explaining that I was just naturally quiet during lunch, that it wasn't anything personal, and that I used that time to recharge for the afternoon. She nodded like she understood, but then she'd launch into advice about the importance of social connection and how isolation could be bad for mental health. Last week, she escalated the situation by bringing it up with other co-workers. She mentioned to a few people that she was concerned about me because I seemed withdrawn during lunch and wasn't participating in conversations. She framed it as worry for my well-being, but it felt like she was trying to recruit other people to help her solve the problem of my antisocial lunch behaviour. A couple of co-workers actually approached me to ask if I was doing okay, saying they'd heard I seemed stressed or upset during lunch. I had to explain that there was nothing wrong with me, that I just preferred quiet time during my break, and that there was no crisis that needed addressing. The whole situation came to a head yesterday, when she sat down at my table and announced that she'd been thinking about ways to help me feel more comfortable during lunch. She suggested that maybe we could start a lunch club where people could share interesting articles they'd read or discuss books they were enjoying. She thought structured conversation topics might make it easier for me to participate. I finally had to be more direct than I'd wanted to be. I told her that I appreciated her concern, but that I genuinely preferred to spend my lunch break quietly, and that there was nothing wrong with that preference. I explained that I wasn't avoiding conversation because I was stressed or upset, but because I valued having 30 minutes of quiet time during my workday. She seemed shocked by this revelation, like the idea that someone might actually choose solitude over social interaction had never occurred to her. She asked if I was sure I wouldn't feel better if I tried being more social, and whether I'd considered that isolation might be contributing to stress I wasn't even aware of. I assured her that I was perfectly happy with my lunch routine and that I didn't need help becoming more social. I suggested that if she wanted more interactive lunch conversations, there were plenty of other co-workers who would probably enjoy that kind of engagement. She agreed to give me space during lunch, but I could tell she still thought there was something wrong with preferring solitude over socializing. She made a few comments about hoping I'd feel comfortable joining group conversations if I ever changed my mind, as if quiet lunch breaks were a temporary phase I'd eventually grow out of. Now, I feel self-conscious about eating alone, wondering if other people think there's something wrong with me for not wanting to chat during lunch. What used to be a relaxing part of my day has become this thing I have to defend and explain to people who can't understand why someone would choose quiet time over social interaction. That story's over. Some people genuinely cannot comprehend that others might want to eat lunch in peace without turning it into a social event. The fact that she recruited other co-workers to check on someone's lunchtime mental health status shows a special level of boundary confusion that's hard to match. Our next story comes from someone whose family member has some very specific ideas about loyalty and attendance requirements. My extended family is pretty close-knit, and we have regular gatherings throughout the year for holidays, birthdays, and other celebrations. There are usually anywhere from 15 to 25 people at these events, depending on who's in town and what's going on in everyone's lives. For the most part, these gatherings are enjoyable, and I try to attend when I can. My aunt has always been the self-appointed family coordinator, sending out group texts about upcoming events, organising potluck assignments, and generally making sure everyone knows what's happening when. She puts a lot of effort into planning these gatherings, and I think she genuinely enjoys bringing the family together. About 6 months ago, I started noticing a pattern in her attendance at these family events. She'd organise everything, send out detailed information about timing and what to bring, but then she'd show up late, or sometimes not show up at all. There was always a reasonable excuse. Work ran late, her kids had activities, she wasn't feeling well, normal life stuff that happens to everyone. At first I didn't think much of it. People get busy, plans change, and sometimes you have to miss events even when you were looking forward to them. But it started happening more frequently, to the point where I could count on her missing about half of the gatherings she'd organised. The problem arose when I had to miss a family barbecue last month due to a work commitment that came up at the last minute. I'd already confirmed my attendance and even volunteered to bring dessert, but I got called in to handle an emergency situation that I couldn't avoid. I texted the group to apologise and asked someone else to pick up dessert on their way. My aunt was not happy about this change of plans. She called me that evening to express her disappointment and to lecture me about the importance of keeping commitments to family. She said that when people confirm their attendance at family events, everyone else plans around that, and that last-minute cancellations create problems for the whole group. I apologised again and explained that the work emergency hadn't been something I could predict or control. She said she understood that work was important, but that family should take priority, and that I needed to be better about managing my professional obligations so they didn't interfere with family time. The conversation bothered me, especially since I'd attended every other family gathering that year, while she'd missed several of them. I didn't say anything about her attendance record during that phone call, but I started paying closer attention to the pattern. Over the next few months, she continued to miss events while maintaining her role as the family coordinator and her expectations that everyone else would attend consistently. She missed my cousin's graduation party, skipped a holiday dinner, and showed up 2 hours late to a birthday celebration, but she never seemed to apply the same standards of commitment to herself. Last week, she called me to discuss the upcoming holiday schedule and mentioned that she was disappointed in my level of commitment to family gatherings. She said she'd been keeping track of attendance, and that I'd missed more events than anyone else this year. When I pointed out that I'd only missed one event while she'd missed several, she got defensive. She explained that her absences were different because she was the one doing all the planning and coordination work. She said that organising these events was her contribution to the family, and that when she couldn't attend, it was usually because she was dealing with family logistics or preparing for future gatherings. I asked her to clarify what she meant by family logistics, since most of her missed events seemed to be due to work conflicts or personal scheduling issues, just like mine had been. She said that, as the family coordinator, she had responsibilities that other family members didn't understand, and that sometimes those responsibilities meant she couldn't attend the actual events. She then told me that she expected me to show better commitment going forward, and that missing family events sent the wrong message about my priorities. She said that younger family members needed to see consistent participation from everyone, and that my absence at the barbecue had been noticed and commented on by other relatives. When I mentioned that her own attendance record might send mixed messages about commitment, she said that wasn't comparable because everyone understood her role as the organiser. She suggested that if I wanted to miss events, I should take on some of the planning responsibilities so I'd understand how much work was involved in keeping the family connected. I told her that I'd be happy to help with planning, but that I thought the same attendance expectations should apply to everyone, regardless of who was doing the organising. She said that showed I didn't understand how family dynamics worked, and that there were different levels of responsibility that came with different roles. The conversation ended with her emphasising that she needed to see better commitment from me at future gatherings, and that she'd be paying attention to my attendance going forward. She made it sound like I was on some kind of family probation, despite having missed only one event all year. Now I feel like every family gathering comes with this underlying tension about whether my attendance is being evaluated and whether I'm meeting her standards for family commitment. What used to be enjoyable social time has become this thing where I'm conscious of being judged for my participation level by someone who frequently doesn't participate herself. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to justify missing half the events you organise while criticising others for missing one is truly impressive. Creating a family attendance hierarchy where organisers get special exemptions is peak controlling behaviour disguised as family dedication. Our next story proves that sometimes the most reasonable requests can reveal the most unreasonable people. I had a birthday party at my apartment last weekend. Nothing too fancy. Just about 15 friends coming over for dinner and cake. I'd been planning it for a few weeks, bought decorations, ordered catering from my favourite restaurant. The whole thing. I was really looking forward to having everyone together in one place for the first time in months. One of my friends arrived about an hour early, which was fine since I could use the help setting up. But instead of offering to arrange chairs or put out plates, she immediately started pulling these glossy flyers out of her purse and spreading them across my coffee table. When I asked what they were, she explained that she'd recently become a fitness coach and thought my birthday party would be the perfect opportunity to share information about her new program with our friend group. I stared at the flyers, which had before and after photos and testimonials about transforming your life through personalised training plans. She'd arranged them in this neat display like she was setting up a booth at a health fair. When I pointed out that this was supposed to be a birthday celebration, not a business networking event, she said she was just being efficient by combining social time with professional opportunities. She went on to explain that she'd noticed several of our friends had mentioned wanting to get in better shape, and that my party would give her a chance to talk to multiple potential clients at once. She said she was doing everyone a favour by bringing the information directly to them instead of making them seek it out later. She even suggested that I could benefit from her program and offered me a discount as the birthday girl. When guests started arriving, she positioned herself near the entrance and handed each person a flyer as they walked in. She'd greet them normally, then immediately transition into talking about her fitness journey and how much her new coaching certification had changed her perspective on health and wellness. People were trying to be polite, but I could see them looking confused about why they were getting sales pitches at a birthday party. During dinner, she kept steering conversations toward fitness topics and would reference her program whenever someone mentioned feeling tired or stressed about work. When my friend complained about having trouble sleeping, she launched into this detailed explanation of how proper exercise could improve sleep quality and offered to design a custom workout plan. When another friend mentioned back pain from sitting at a desk all day, she had specific recommendations and pricing information ready. The worst part was during the cake cutting, when she actually stood up and gave what amounted to a sales presentation. She thanked me for hosting such a wonderful gathering, then said she wanted to take advantage of having everyone together to share some exciting news about her new career path. She talked about her transformation journey, her certification process, and the amazing results her first few clients had achieved. She ended by announcing that anyone who signed up for her program that evening would get a special birthday party discount, and that she'd be available after cake to answer questions and schedule consultation appointments. Several people looked at me like they were waiting for me to shut this down, but I was so shocked by the whole situation that I didn't know how to respond without causing a scene. After she sat down, the energy in the room was completely different. People were making polite conversation, but the relaxed, celebratory atmosphere had been replaced by this awkward tension. A few friends actually left earlier than they'd planned, saying they had other commitments, though I suspect they were just uncomfortable with the sales pitch situation. When I pulled her aside later and told her that turning my birthday party into a business opportunity wasn't appropriate, she seemed genuinely surprised by my reaction. She said she thought I'd be supportive of her new career and that our friends would appreciate learning about fitness options from someone they trusted. She pointed out that she'd given everyone discounts and that she was just trying to help people improve their lives. I explained that there's a time and place for business promotion and that my birthday celebration wasn't it. She said she understood my perspective, but that she'd already scheduled follow-up calls with 3 people who'd expressed interest. So clearly, some guests had appreciated the information. She made it sound like I was being unreasonable for not wanting my personal celebration to double as her marketing event. The whole experience left me feeling like my birthday had been hijacked for someone else's business purposes. Instead of focusing on celebrating with friends, I spent the evening watching people navigate sales pitches and feeling responsible for the awkward situation she'd created. That story is over. Using someone's birthday party as your personal networking event is the kind of social tone deafness that's hard to recover from. The fact that she genuinely thought she was doing everyone a favour while completely hijacking the celebration shows how business enthusiasm can completely override basic social awareness. Moving on to our next tale, which involves a landlord who apparently believes in the element of surprise when it comes to property management. I've been renting the same apartment for about 2 years now, and overall, it's been a pretty good situation. The place is affordable, the location is convenient, and I generally don't have many complaints about the building or the management company. My landlord seemed reasonable during the initial lease signing, professional but not overly intrusive, which is exactly what you want in a rental situation. The problem started about 3 months ago when he began scheduling what he calls routine inspections. The first one happened on a Tuesday morning when I was getting ready for work. I heard knocking on my door around 8 in the morning, and when I opened it, my landlord was standing there with a clipboard and a flashlight, saying he was there for the monthly property inspection. I was confused because I hadn't received any notice about an inspection. When I mentioned this, he said he'd sent a text message the night before, which technically counted as 24 hours notice, according to the lease agreement. He showed me the text on his phone, sent at 11:30 the previous evening, saying he'd be by sometime the next day to check on things. The inspection itself was thorough to the point of being invasive. He spent almost an hour going through every room, checking outlets, testing faucets, looking inside closets, even opening my refrigerator to make sure it was maintaining proper temperature. He took photos of everything and made notes on his clipboard about things like the arrangement of my furniture and whether my housekeeping met his standards. When he finished, he said everything looked acceptable, but that he'd noticed some areas that could use improvement. He suggested I do a deeper cleaning of the bathroom grout and mentioned that my kitchen counter looked cluttered. He said he'd be back the following month to check on my progress with these items. I thought it was a one-time thing, maybe prompted by some complaint from neighbours or a requirement from his insurance company. But 4 weeks later, he showed up again, this time on a Saturday morning at 7:30. Again, I'd received a text the night before with minimal details about timing and purpose. This second inspection was even more detailed than the first. He brought a moisture meter to test for humidity levels, checked all the window seals, and spent 20 minutes examining the bathroom for signs of mould or water damage. He also went through my kitchen cabinets, saying he needed to verify that I wasn't storing anything that might attract pests or cause damage to the property. When I asked why these inspections were necessary every month, he explained that preventive maintenance was the key to protecting his investment and ensuring tenant satisfaction. He said many landlords wait until problems become serious before addressing them, but he preferred to catch issues early through regular monitoring. The third inspection happened on a weekday afternoon when I was working from home. This time he brought what looked like a home improvement contractor with him, and they spent 2 hours measuring rooms, discussing potential renovations, and taking detailed photos of every corner of the apartment. When I asked what was going on, he said he was exploring options for property improvements and needed current documentation of the unit's condition. That's when I realised these weren't really safety inspections or maintenance checks. He was using these monthly visits to evaluate the apartment for potential changes, monitor my living habits, and basically keep tabs on how I was using the space. The contractor was taking measurements for what looked like kitchen renovation plans, even though my kitchen was perfectly functional. After the third inspection, I did some research on tenant rights and discovered that, while landlords can schedule inspections, they're supposed to have specific reasons related to maintenance or safety concerns. Monthly visits for general monitoring purposes aren't typically considered reasonable, especially when they involve bringing contractors to plan renovations while the unit is occupied. When I tried to discuss this with my landlord, he said the lease agreement gave him the right to inspect the property as needed, and that my concerns about frequency were unfounded. He pointed out that he always gave the required notice, and that the inspections had revealed several minor issues that needed attention, proving their value. I asked him to provide more specific scheduling information and to limit inspections to actual maintenance needs, rather than general monitoring. He agreed to be more communicative about timing, but said he couldn't commit to reducing the frequency because property management required consistent oversight. The fourth inspection happened last week, again with minimal advance notice and no clear explanation of what specific issues were being addressed. This time, he brought a different contractor who spent most of the visit discussing bathroom renovation possibilities and taking measurements for what appeared to be a complete redesign of the space. I'm starting to feel like I'm living in a model home rather than my own apartment, with people constantly evaluating and documenting every aspect of my living space. The monthly inspections have become this source of ongoing stress, never knowing when I'll get a last-minute text saying someone will be coming through my home the next day. What's most frustrating is that these visits don't seem to be addressing any actual problems or improving anything about my living situation. They're just creating this constant sense of being monitored and evaluated, like I'm not really a tenant with privacy rights, but more like a temporary occupant whose use of the space needs regular supervision. That story's over. 3 unannounced inspections in 3 months, with contractors measuring for renovations, is less about property maintenance and more about treating tenants like temporary obstacles to renovation planning. Using 24-hour text notices to justify monthly property invasions shows a creative interpretation of landlord rights that would make any tenant lawyer very interested. Let's move on to a story about someone whose sibling has apparently developed selective memory about essential drone accessories. I bought a really nice drone about 6 months ago, one of those mid-range models with a good camera and decent flight time. I've been saving up for it for a while and was really excited to start learning aerial photography. The whole setup came with the drone itself, a controller with a built-in screen, extra batteries, a carrying case, and all the cables and documentation you'd expect from a premium product. My brother saw me flying it around the local park a few weeks after I got it and was really impressed with the video quality and how stable it was in the air. He's always been interested in photography, so we spent about an hour going through all the features and talking about the different shooting modes and camera settings. He seemed genuinely excited about the possibilities for creative projects. About a month later, he asked if he could borrow it for a weekend camping trip he was taking with some friends. He said they were going to a really scenic area and thought it would be perfect for getting some landscape shots and group photos from interesting angles. I was a little nervous about lending out something so expensive, but he's generally responsible with borrowed items, and I wanted to be supportive of his creative interests. I packed everything up in the carrying case, including the drone, controller, extra batteries, charger, and all the accessories that came with it. I spent about 20 minutes going through the basic controls with him, showing him how to calibrate it before flight, explaining the different camera modes, and emphasizing the importance of keeping track of battery levels to avoid crashes. He was supposed to return it on Sunday evening, but ended up keeping it until Tuesday because his trip ran longer than expected. When he finally brought it back, he seemed really happy with how everything had gone, and said he'd gotten some amazing footage that he was excited to edit and share with me. I didn't check the equipment immediately, because I trusted that everything would be there. It wasn't until the following weekend, when I wanted to take it out for a flight, that I discovered the controller was missing. The drone itself was in the case, along with the batteries and charger, but the controller that's essential for operating the device was nowhere to be found. When I called my brother to ask about it, he seemed genuinely confused about what I was talking about. He said he'd returned everything exactly as he'd received it and couldn't understand why I was asking about a missing controller. When I explained that the drone couldn't fly without the controller, he said he thought the drone operated through a phone app and didn't remember there being a separate controller at all. I reminded him of the 20-minute tutorial I'd given him before his trip, which had focused entirely on using the controller to operate the drone. He said he remembered me showing him some controls, but he thought they were on my phone and that he must have used his own phone during the trip. When I pointed out that his phone wouldn't have been compatible with my drone, he said he wasn't sure how he'd managed to fly it then. The conversation became increasingly frustrating as he maintained that he'd never seen a controller and couldn't be responsible for something he didn't remember receiving. He suggested that maybe I'd forgotten to pack it originally, or that I'd left it somewhere else, and was mistakenly thinking it had been with the drone when I lent it to him. I showed him the product manual, which clearly listed the controller as a primary component, and pulled up photos I'd taken when I first unboxed the drone, showing all the included accessories laid out together. He looked at the evidence but continued to insist that he had no memory of a controller being part of the equipment he'd borrowed. When I asked him to think more carefully about his camping trip and whether he might have left the controller at the campsite or in someone else's car, he said he was certain he'd returned everything he'd taken. He offered to call his friends to ask if they'd seen any drone accessories, but he maintained that he couldn't be held responsible for something he didn't believe had existed. The replacement controller cost me almost $200, which was particularly frustrating since the drone was completely useless without it. When I mentioned the replacement cost to my brother, he said he felt bad about the situation, but couldn't pay for something when he wasn't sure what had actually happened to it. What bothers me most isn't even the money, though that was significant. It's the complete denial of something that was obviously part of the equipment he borrowed. Either he genuinely doesn't remember using a controller during his trip, which seems impossible given how essential it is for drone operation, or he knows what happened to it but doesn't want to take responsibility. I've decided not to lend expensive equipment to family members anymore, which feels unfortunate but necessary. The whole experience has made me realize that even people you trust can put you in impossible positions when it comes to accountability for borrowed items. That story is over. A drone that operates without a controller is like claiming you drove a car without a steering wheel. The selective amnesia about essential equipment that costs hundreds of dollars to replace is the kind of convenient memory loss that destroys trust in family relationships. Speaking of people who think they can redesign your property to suit their personal needs, this next story involves a neighbour with some very specific landscaping requests. I have this beautiful oak tree in my front yard that's probably been there for 30 or 40 years. It's one of the main reasons I bought this house actually, because there's something really appealing about having mature trees on your property. The tree provides great shade during the summer, looks gorgeous when the leaves change in the fall, and just adds character to the whole neighbourhood. My neighbour across the street is really into photography, particularly landscape and sunset photography. He's got professional equipment, spends a lot of time researching optimal lighting conditions, and generally takes his hobby pretty seriously. I've seen him out in his yard during golden hour, setting up tripods and taking shots of the sky and surrounding area. About 2 months ago, he knocked on my door one evening with what he said was a proposition that could benefit both of us. He explained that he'd been working on a long-term photography project, documenting sunset patterns throughout the seasons, but that my oak tree was positioned in such a way that it blocked his view of the western horizon during certain times of year. He said he'd been researching the sun's path throughout the year and had calculated that removing my tree would give him an unobstructed view for his photography project. He offered to pay for the tree removal and even suggested that I could use the cleared space to plant a garden or install a patio, turning what he saw as an obstruction into an opportunity for property improvement. I was honestly speechless for a moment. He was asking me to cut down a mature, healthy tree that I loved because it was interfering with his photography hobby. When I told him I had no interest in removing the tree, he seemed surprised and asked if I'd considered the potential benefits of having more open space and sunlight in my front yard. He pulled out his phone and showed me some of the sunset photos he'd taken from his backyard, pointing out how much more dramatic they would be without the tree branches visible in the frame. He said he was working toward entering some of these photos in regional photography competitions, and that having the perfect shot could really help establish his reputation in the photography community. When I reiterated that I wasn't interested in removing the tree, he asked if I'd be open to having it significantly trimmed instead. He said even reducing the tree's height by half would improve his sightlines considerably, and that it might actually be healthier for the tree to have some of the older growth removed by professionals. I explained that I liked the tree exactly as it was and that I wasn't interested in altering it for someone else's hobby. He seemed disappointed and said he'd hoped I'd be more open to creative solutions that could benefit both of our properties. He suggested that I think about it for a few days before making a final decision. Over the next week, he stopped by twice more to discuss what he called compromise options. He'd researched tree trimming services and gotten quotes for various levels of pruning. He even found examples of other neighbourhoods where residents had worked together to optimise views and property values through strategic landscaping changes. When I continued to decline his suggestions, he started approaching the topic from different angles. He mentioned that large trees could potentially cause problems with foundation damage or storm-related hazards, and that reducing the tree's size might actually be a smart preventive measure for my property. He also brought up property values, saying that while mature trees were generally desirable, trees that blocked views or created excessive shade could sometimes have negative impacts on neighbourhood aesthetics. He'd apparently done research on this topic and found examples of how strategic tree management had improved property values in other areas. Last week, he escalated his efforts by bringing me information about tree diseases and pest problems that commonly affect oak trees of that age. He said he'd noticed some signs that my tree might be developing health issues, and that having it professionally evaluated by an arborist might reveal problems that would make removal or significant trimming necessary anyway. When I told him that the tree appeared perfectly healthy to me and that I'd had it inspected by a certified arborist when I bought the house, he said tree health could change rapidly and that I might want to get a second opinion from someone who specialised in oak tree management. The whole situation has made me feel defensive about my own landscaping choices and annoyed that I have to keep justifying my decision to maintain my own property as I see fit. What started as a simple request has turned into this ongoing campaign to convince me that removing my tree would somehow benefit everyone involved. That story is over. Asking someone to cut down a mature tree so you can take better sunset photos is the kind of request that makes you question someone's understanding of reasonable neighbour relations. The escalating campaign with disease warnings and property value arguments shows how far some people will go when they can't accept that their hobby isn't everyone else's priority. Our next story comes from someone whose co-worker has apparently decided that office coffee standards need immediate enforcement. The office where I work has a standard coffee setup in the break room, just a regular drip coffee maker and a selection of ground coffee that the company provides. It's nothing fancy, but it's decent enough to get people through the morning and afternoon energy slumps. Most people seem satisfied with it, and we go through probably 3 or 4 pots a day, depending on how many people are in the office. There's this co-worker who started about 2 months ago, and she's one of those people who's very particular about coffee quality. She drinks only premium single origin beans has strong opinions about brewing methods, and generally treats coffee like a serious hobby rather than just a caffeine delivery system. She's knowledgeable about the subject, but also pretty vocal about coffee quality whenever the topic comes up. For her first few weeks, she brought her own coffee setup to work, complete with a French press and her preferred beans. She'd make individual servings at her desk and seemed content with her arrangement. A few people asked her about her setup, and she was happy to explain the differences between various brewing methods and bean origins. But then last Monday, I came into work to find that all the office coffee supplies were missing from the break room. The coffee maker was still there, but the containers of ground coffee that the company provides had been thrown away and replaced with individual packets of instant coffee. There was a note on the counter explaining that the previous coffee had been replaced with a more convenient option. When I asked around about what had happened, nobody seemed to know who had made the change. The facilities manager said she hadn't authorized any changes to the break room supplies, and most people seemed as confused as I was about the sudden switch to instant coffee. It wasn't until later that day that I discovered my co-worker had taken it upon herself to dispose of what she called undrinkable office coffee and replace it with individual serving options that she felt were more appropriate for a professional workplace. When I asked her about it, she explained that the previous coffee was stale and poorly stored, and that instant packets would be fresher and more hygienic. She said she'd been watching people struggle with the old coffee setup and decided to solve the problem proactively. She'd purchased several boxes of instant coffee packets with her own money and felt good about improving the break room experience for everyone. She seemed to expect appreciation for taking initiative on this workplace improvement project. When I pointed out that she'd thrown away coffee that belonged to the company without getting permission from anyone, she said the old coffee was clearly past its expiration date and potentially unhealthy to consume. She claimed she was protecting everyone from poor quality coffee that could affect productivity and workplace satisfaction. Several co-workers were not happy about the change, particularly people who relied on the regular coffee maker for their morning routine. The instant coffee packets she'd provided were a completely different taste and caffeine level, and the individual serving format made it inconvenient for people who wanted to make larger quantities. When people started complaining about the coffee situation, she became defensive and said that anyone who couldn't appreciate the convenience and quality improvement of individual serving packets was probably addicted to caffeine rather than actually enjoying coffee. She suggested that this change might help people develop better relationships with coffee consumption. The facilities manager eventually had to get involved and restore the original coffee setup, which meant purchasing new supplies to replace what had been thrown away. When my co-worker was told that she couldn't make unilateral changes to shared office resources, she seemed genuinely surprised that people weren't grateful for her improvement efforts. She offered to reimburse the company for the coffee she'd disposed of, but maintained that she'd done the right thing by removing what she considered substandard products from the workplace. She said she'd hoped her colleagues would be more open to coffee quality improvements, and that the negative reaction showed how resistant people were to positive changes. Now there's this ongoing tension in the break room where she makes pointed comments about the coffee quality whenever she sees people using the regular setup. She'll mention how much better the instant packets were, or suggest that people would feel better if they upgraded their coffee standards, creating this weird atmosphere around something that used to be a simple shared amenity. The whole situation has turned the break room coffee into this thing that people have opinions about, when before it was just a basic office convenience that everyone accepted as adequate. What used to be a neutral shared resource has become a source of workplace drama because someone decided their personal preferences should override everyone else's arrangements. That story is over. Throwing away the office coffee and replacing it with instant packets is the kind of workplace vigilante behaviour that nobody asks for. The assumption that everyone would be grateful for this upgrade shows a remarkable disconnect between personal coffee snobbery and basic office courtesy. Let's move on to our next tale, which involves a family member who's apparently created her own version of customer service expectations. My cousin has always been someone who asks family members for favours, which is normal enough in close families. We help each other out when we can, whether it's borrowing tools, getting rides to the airport, or helping with moving furniture. It's part of being family, and I've always been happy to contribute when people need assistance. About 3 months ago, she called me asking if she could borrow my laptop for a few days, while hers was being repaired. She said she had some important work projects to finish and couldn't afford to wait for her computer to be fixed. I use my laptop pretty regularly for my own work, but I could manage without it for a short period, so I agreed to let her borrow it. When she came to pick it up, she explained that she was in the process of starting an online business selling handmade jewellery, and that she needed the computer to update her website and manage her social media accounts. It sounded like a legitimate temporary need, and I was happy to help her get her business off the ground. The few days turned into 2 weeks, and every time I asked about getting my laptop back, she had a new reason why she needed it a little longer. First, she was in the middle of a big product launch that required constant social media updates. Then she had to redesign her website before she could return the computer. Then she was processing a large batch of orders that would be disrupted if she had to switch computers mid-project. When I finally insisted that I needed my laptop back for my own work, she seemed annoyed that I was being inflexible about the timeline. She said she thought I was being supportive of her business venture and that she hadn't expected me to prioritize my needs over her entrepreneurial success. She returned the laptop, but a few days later, I started getting complaints from family members about my unwillingness to help with her business. According to the story she'd told everyone, I had refused to support her new venture and had demanded my laptop back just when her business was starting to take off. She'd framed the situation as me being unsupportive of family members who were trying to improve their financial situations, and had made it sound like I'd withdrawn my help at a critical moment in her business development. Several relatives called to ask why I wasn't being more encouraging of her entrepreneurial efforts. When I explained that I'd actually lent her my laptop for 2 weeks and had asked for it back only when I needed it for my own work, but she'd already crafted a narrative where I was the unsupportive relative. The most frustrating part was that she'd positioned herself as the victim in a situation where she'd actually overextended a favour and then refused to respect the agreed timeline. But according to her version of events, I was the family member who didn't support entrepreneurial dreams and prioritised my own convenience over someone else's success. When I tried to correct the record with family members, she doubled down on her story and started adding new details about how my demanding the laptop back had caused her to lose potential customers and miss important business opportunities. She made it sound like my inflexibility had actively sabotaged her chances of financial independence. The situation reached peak absurdity when she started asking other family members to help fund her business because she couldn't afford her own equipment due to my lack of support. She was essentially fundraising based on a story where I was the obstacle to her success, despite having lent her my personal computer for weeks longer than originally agreed. That story is over. The mental gymnastics required to turn borrowing someone's laptop into being sabotaged by unsupportive family members is truly Olympic-level victimhood. Creating a fundraising campaign based on your own inability to return borrowed property on time shows entrepreneurial skills, just not the kind you want to advertise. Speaking of people who think shared spaces come with invisible ownership rights, this next story involves a roommate who's developed some interesting theories about bathroom etiquette. Living with roommates means accepting that you'll share certain spaces and items, but there are usually unspoken boundaries about personal belongings versus household necessities. My roommate seemed to understand these boundaries when we first moved in together, keeping her stuff separate from mine and respecting the fact that we each had our own towels, toiletries, and personal items. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that my towels were damp when I went to use them. even though I always hang them up properly after showering. At first I thought maybe the bathroom ventilation wasn't working well, or that humidity from her showers was affecting my towels even though they were hanging on separate hooks. Then I started finding makeup stains on my towels, foundation smears and mascara marks that definitely weren't there when I'd used them. When I brought this up with my roommate, she seemed confused and suggested that maybe the stains were from previous uses that I hadn't noticed, or that they could be from guests who'd stayed over and used the bathroom. The guest explanation didn't make sense since we hadn't had any overnight visitors recently, and I'm pretty careful about checking my towels for stains when I do laundry. But I decided to give her the benefit of the doubt and bought different coloured towels so it would be easier to keep track of which ones were mine. The new towels started showing the same pattern. They'd be damp when I expected them to be dry, and they'd have makeup stains that appeared between my uses. It became obvious that someone else was using my towels regularly, and since we were the only two people living in the apartment, the culprit was pretty clear. When I confronted my roommate more directly about using my towels, she got defensive and said that sometimes she forgot which towels were hers, especially when she was getting ready quickly for work or social events. She said she'd try to be more careful about checking, but that it was an honest mistake that could happen to anyone. I suggested that we could put labels on our respective towel hooks or choose completely different colours to make it easier to distinguish them. She agreed this was a good idea, but the towel situation continued exactly as before, with my clearly labelled towels continuing to show up with makeup stains and moisture from someone else's use. Last week I decided to test my theory by putting my clean, dry towels in my bedroom and only bringing them to the bathroom when I needed to shower. When I went to shower that evening, I found my roommate using one of the towels I'd hidden in my room, which meant she'd gone into my personal space to get it. When I asked her about this, she said she'd needed to borrow a clean towel because all of hers were dirty, and that she'd figured it would be okay since we'd talked about the towel situation before. She made it sound like our previous conversations had established some kind of towel sharing agreement, which definitely wasn't what had happened. I explained that going into my room to take my personal items wasn't acceptable, and that if she needed clean towels, she should do laundry or buy additional ones for herself. She seemed annoyed by this response and said I was being territorial about something as basic as bathroom towels. She then suggested that maybe we should establish a household system where all towels were considered shared property, since we both used the same bathroom and it seemed inefficient for everyone to maintain completely separate sets of everything. She made it sound like my desire to keep my own towels was somehow unreasonable. When I declined her suggestion and reiterated that I wanted to keep my towels separate, she said she understood, but that I needed to be more flexible about occasional emergency borrowing when her towels weren't available. She framed it as a reasonable roommate compromise rather than acknowledging that the problem was her not managing her own laundry schedule. The most recent incident happened 3 days ago when I found her using my towel again, this time with a fresh excuse about how the laundry machines in our building were broken and she'd had no choice but to borrow mine. When I pointed out that the laundry machines were working fine, she said they'd been fixed since morning, but she'd already committed to using my towel. Now I keep my towels in my room and bring them back and forth to the bathroom every time I shower, which feels ridiculous but seems to be the only way to maintain boundaries around my personal belongings. What should be a simple matter of using your own towels has become this ongoing negotiation about bathroom etiquette and shared resources. That story is over. Going into someone's bedroom to steal the towels they specifically hid from you takes roommate boundary violations to a whole new level. The evolving excuses, combined with constant suggestions for towel socialism, show someone who's committed to using your stuff, no matter what creative justifications are required. Our next tale comes from someone whose neighbour has apparently appointed himself as the neighbourhood standards enforcer. The mailbox at the end of my driveway is a pretty standard residential mailbox that came with the house when I bought it 3 years ago. It's nothing fancy, just a basic black metal box on a post, positioned at the appropriate height for mail carriers to access easily. I'd never given it much thought until my neighbour decided it was somehow problematic. He lives in the house directly across from mine, and we've had a cordial relationship since I moved in. We wave when we see each other, make small talk about the weather when we're both outside, typical neighbour interactions. He's always seemed like a reasonable person who takes good care of his property and generally minds his own business. Last month he knocked on my door one evening with a clipboard and what looked like an official measuring device. He explained that he'd been doing some research on postal regulations and had concerns about whether my mailbox met the proper specifications for height and positioning. He said he'd noticed it looked taller than standard mailboxes and wanted to verify that it complied with postal service requirements. I was confused by his sudden interest in my mailbox specifications, but I let him measure it since he seemed genuinely concerned about postal regulations. He spent about 10 minutes taking measurements from different angles, checking the height from the ground, measuring the distance from the curb, and making notes on his clipboard about various dimensions. When he finished, he announced that my mailbox was indeed too tall, according to his research. He said the postal service required mailboxes to be between 41 and 45 inches high, and that mine measured 47 inches, putting it 2 inches over the acceptable range. He seemed pleased to have identified this violation of postal standards. I asked him why this mattered, since mail carriers had never had any problems accessing my mailbox, and I'd never received any complaints about its height. He explained that non-compliant mailboxes could technically result in suspended mail service, and that as a concerned neighbour, he felt obligated to bring potential violations to my attention. He offered to help me research replacement mailboxes that would meet the proper specifications, saying he'd already looked into options that would be both compliant and aesthetically appropriate for our neighbourhood. He seemed to have put considerable time and effort into solving this problem that I hadn't known existed. When I told him I'd look into it but wasn't planning to immediately replace a perfectly functional mailbox, he seemed disappointed. He said he'd hoped I'd be more proactive about correcting the violation, especially since it could potentially affect mail service for the entire street if postal workers decided to enforce regulations strictly. Over the next few weeks, he brought up the mailbox issue several more times during casual conversations. He'd mention articles he'd read about postal regulations, share stories about neighbourhoods where non-compliant mailboxes had caused problems, and generally keep the topic alive despite my lack of enthusiasm for mailbox replacement. Last week he escalated his efforts by contacting our postal carrier directly to inquire about mailbox height requirements. According to him, the mail carrier had confirmed that my mailbox was technically too tall, but had also said it wasn't causing any practical problems and wasn't a priority for enforcement. He interpreted this response as validation of his concerns and came to my door again with printed information about postal regulations and recommendations for compliant mailbox models. He'd even calculated the cost of replacement and offered to split the expense since he felt partially responsible for identifying the problem. When I explained that I wasn't planning to replace a functional mailbox based on a technicality that wasn't causing any actual problems, he seemed frustrated. He said he couldn't understand why I wouldn't want to correct a clear violation of postal standards, especially when he was willing to help with the cost and research. He then mentioned that property values could be affected by non-compliant features, and that having a mailbox that violated postal regulations might create problems if I ever tried to sell the house. He'd apparently researched this angle as well and found examples of home sales that were complicated by regulatory compliance issues. The whole situation has made me hyper-aware of my mailbox every time I check the mail, wondering if other neighbours have opinions about its height or if there are other aspects of my property that might be subject to unexpected scrutiny. What used to be a completely invisible part of my daily routine has become this thing that I'm conscious of because someone decided it was their responsibility to monitor compliance. That story is over. Measuring your neighbour's mailbox with official equipment because you suspect it might be 2 inches too tall is the kind of suburban vigilante behaviour that makes HOA presidents jealous. The offer to split replacement costs for a violation that literally nobody asked him to investigate shows dedication to problems that don't actually exist. Moving along to our next story, which involves someone whose friend apparently believes social invitations work on a very flexible timeline. I've known this friend for about 4 years, and she's always been somewhat spontaneous when it comes to making plans. She's the type of person who decides last minute that she wants to do something social, and then reaches out to see who's available. I've learned to be flexible with her scheduling style, and I generally enjoy her company when we do manage to coordinate our calendars. Last Sunday morning, I was having a quiet day at home, doing laundry, catching up on some reading, just enjoying a relaxed weekend morning. Around 11:30, my phone buzzed with a text from her saying she was hosting a brunch at her apartment and asking if I could make it. The message included her address and mentioned that people were already there and the food was ready. I responded that I wasn't available on such short notice, since I had other plans for the day and hadn't prepared to go anywhere. She seemed surprised by my response and asked what other plans I could possibly have on a Sunday morning that were more important than brunch with friends. She made it sound like I was being unnecessarily rigid about scheduling. I explained that even if I didn't have specific plans, I wasn't comfortable with 15-minute notice for social events. I needed time to get ready, figure out transportation, and mentally prepare for a social gathering. She said she understood, but seemed disappointed that I couldn't be more spontaneous about opportunities to spend time together. The conversation ended cordially enough, with her saying she hoped I could make it to the next gathering, and me saying I'd appreciate more advance notice for future events. I thought it was a reasonable exchange about different approaches to social planning, and I didn't expect any lasting conflict over the scheduling issue. But the next day, I discovered that she'd posted several passive-aggressive social media updates about people who prioritize their busy schedules over supporting friends. She shared quotes about how true friendship means being available when people need you, and how some people use being busy as an excuse to avoid meaningful connections. She also posted photos from the brunch with captions about how grateful she was for friends who showed up when it mattered, with clear implications that people who didn't attend had somehow failed at friendship. The posts didn't mention me specifically, but the timing and context made it obvious that they were directed at my decision not to attend. When I saw these posts, I tried calling her to discuss the situation directly. She didn't answer, so I sent a text asking if we could talk about what had happened with the brunch invitation. She responded by saying she didn't think there was anything to discuss, and that my priorities had been made clear by my actions. I attempted to explain that my inability to attend wasn't about prioritizing other things over friendship, but about needing reasonable notice to participate in social events. She said that real friends don't need advance notice to support each other, and that spontaneous gatherings were more meaningful because they showed who was truly available when needed. Over the next few days, she continued posting content about friendship expectations and loyalty, making it increasingly clear that she viewed my absence from her last-minute brunch as some kind of betrayal. She shared articles about how modern people use scheduling as an excuse to avoid genuine connection, and how authentic relationships require flexibility and availability. When mutual friends started asking me what was going on between us, I realized that her social media campaign was affecting how other people viewed the situation. Some friends were wondering if I'd done something wrong, while others were confused about why there seemed to be drama over a simple scheduling conflict. I tried reaching out one more time to explain my perspective and see if we could resolve the misunderstanding. She responded by saying that she'd learned something important about my character and that she needed to reconsider whether our friendship was built on the kind of mutual support she valued in relationships. She ended the conversation by blocking me on social media and not responding to further attempts at communication. A disagreement about 15-minute notice for brunch had somehow escalated into the complete end of a 4-year friendship, with her treating my unavailability as evidence of fundamental character flaws. The whole experience has made me question whether I was being unreasonable about the notice issue, but also frustrated that someone would end a friendship over a single scheduling conflict. What should have been a minor disappointment became this dramatic statement about loyalty and friendship values that seems completely disproportionate to what actually happened. That story's over. Blocking someone forever because they couldn't attend your 15-minute notice brunch is the kind of friendship nuclear option that makes you wonder what other reasonable boundaries might trigger similar meltdowns. Turning a simple scheduling conflict into a social media campaign about loyalty and character assassination shows exactly why some people struggle to maintain long-term relationships. Our next tale involves a sibling who apparently believes interior decorating is a collaborative process, whether you consent or not. Living alone has always been important to me because I like having my space arranged exactly the way I want it. I'm not obsessively neat, but I do have preferences about furniture placement and room organization that help me feel comfortable and relaxed in my own home. When I moved into my current apartment about 6 months ago, I spent a lot of time getting everything positioned just right. My sibling has always been someone who notices interior design and has strong opinions about how spaces should be arranged. They're actually pretty good at decorating and have helped several friends redesign their apartments with impressive results. They have a genuine eye for aesthetics and spatial relationships, which I've always admired even when I didn't want their input on my own space. About 2 months ago, I gave them a spare key to my apartment so they could water my plants when I went out of town for a work conference. It was supposed to be a simple favour that would last 3 days, and I appreciated having someone I trusted take care of my apartment while I was away. They seemed happy to help and assured me that everything would be exactly as I left it. When I returned from my trip, I immediately noticed that something felt different about my living room, but I couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed. The furniture was all there. Nothing was missing or obviously moved, but the spatial relationships felt off somehow. It took me a few minutes to realise that my couch had been repositioned at a slightly different angle, and my coffee table had been moved about 2 feet to the left. I asked my sibling about it when I talked to them later that day, and they explained that they'd noticed the furniture arrangement wasn't optimal for the room's natural flow. They said they'd made some small adjustments that would improve the functionality and visual balance of the space, and they seemed excited about the improvements they'd made. When I told them I preferred my original arrangement and asked them to help me move everything back, they seemed surprised. They spent about 20 minutes explaining why the new positioning was better, pointing out how it created more open walkways and improved the sightlines from different parts of the room. I appreciated their design expertise, but I explained that I liked my furniture where I'd originally placed it, and that I hadn't asked for decorating help. They seemed disappointed but agreed to help me restore the original arrangement, though they made several comments about missed opportunities for better space utilization. 2 weeks later, I came home from work to find that my bedroom had been rearranged. My bed was positioned against a different wall, my dresser had been moved to the opposite corner, and even my nightstand had been relocated. The room looked professionally arranged, but it felt completely unfamiliar and disrupted my normal routines. When I called my sibling to ask what had happened, they said they'd stopped by to drop off a book I'd lent them, and had noticed some easy improvements they could make to my bedroom layout. They'd spent a couple hours reorganising everything, and were excited to show me how much better the space functioned with the new arrangement. I was frustrated that they'd used their key to enter my apartment and rearrange my personal space without permission. They said they'd thought I'd be grateful for the free interior design consultation, especially since they'd put considerable time and effort into creating a more functional bedroom layout. When I insisted that they help me move everything back to its original position, they seemed hurt and confused. They couldn't understand why I would want to restore an inferior arrangement when they'd created something objectively better. They suggested that I live with the new layout for a week before making any decisions about changing it back. I explained that regardless of whether the new arrangement was aesthetically superior, I hadn't consented to having my living space redesigned, and that using their key for unauthorized decorating projects wasn't appropriate. They said they were just trying to help, and that most people would appreciate having a professional quality room makeover done for free. The situation has continued with weekly rearrangements that happen whenever they have access to my apartment. I'll come home to find my kitchen appliances repositioned, my bathroom accessories reorganized, or my closet contents rearranged according to their ideas about optimal organization and visual appeal. Each time I discover changes, they have detailed explanations about why the new arrangements are improvements, complete with reasoning about traffic flow, visual balance, and functional efficiency. They genuinely seem to believe they're providing a valuable service rather than violating my personal space and autonomy. I've had to change my locks because asking them to stop making unauthorized changes wasn't effective. They seemed genuinely hurt that I would restrict their access rather than appreciate their ongoing efforts to improve my living space, and they continue to offer unsolicited advice about furniture placement whenever they visit. That story is over. Using someone's spare key to redecorate their apartment weekly without permission is the kind of helpful sibling behavior that makes you understand why some people move across the country. The genuine confusion about why someone wouldn't appreciate unauthorized home makeovers shows how good intentions can completely override basic respect for personal boundaries. Speaking of workplace situations that make you question professional etiquette, this next story involves a co-worker who has some creative approaches to email communication. Working in an office environment means dealing with a lot of email communication, and most people develop pretty standard practices for forwarding messages, sharing information, and keeping colleagues updated on various projects. There's usually an understanding that when you forward someone's email, you include the full context, so recipients can understand the complete conversation. There's this co-worker who's been with the company for about a year, and she's generally competent at her job, but she has some unusual habits when it comes to email management. She's very active in email chains, often forwarding messages to keep people informed about project developments, which seems helpful and collaborative on the surface. About a month ago, I sent her an email explaining a problem I'd discovered with one of our client accounts. I'd noticed some billing discrepancies that needed to be addressed, and I wanted to make sure she was aware of the issues, since she handles a lot of the client communication. I also mentioned that the discrepancies were probably the result of changes she'd made to the account settings the previous week. A few hours later, I started getting responses from other team members about the billing issues I'd identified. They were thanking me for catching the problems and asking questions about how to prevent similar issues in the future. It seemed like my co-worker had forwarded my email to the appropriate people, which was exactly what should have happened. But when I looked at the forwarded message that people were responding to, I realized that my co-worker had edited my original email before sending it. She'd included all the information about the billing discrepancies and the need to address them, but she'd removed the part where I mentioned that the problems were likely related to changes she'd made to the account. The edited version made it look like I'd discovered some mysterious billing issues with no clear cause, rather than problems that were probably the result of her account modifications. She'd essentially forwarded my message, but removed the part that identified her as the likely source of the problems I was reporting. When I asked her about the edited forwarding, she said she'd been trying to keep the message focused on solutions rather than dwelling on what had caused the problems. She claimed she was streamlining the communication to avoid unnecessary finger-pointing and help the team focus on fixing the issues rather than assigning blame. I explained that removing context about the cause of problems could make it harder for people to understand what had happened and prevent similar issues in the future. She said she understood my perspective, but that she thought focusing on forward-looking solutions was more productive than analysing past mistakes. A few days later, the same thing happened with a different project. I'd sent her an email about scheduling conflicts that had developed because of changes she'd made to a project timeline, and when she forwarded it to the team, she'd removed the references to her timeline changes while keeping all the information about the scheduling problems. Again, the forwarded message made it look like we were dealing with mysterious scheduling issues rather than problems that had a clear cause and could be prevented by better coordination of timeline changes. When I brought this up, she said she was trying to keep communications professional and solution-focused. This pattern has continued for weeks now, with her consistently forwarding my emails but editing out any references to mistakes or decisions she'd made that contributed to the problems I was reporting. She'll include all the technical details and solution recommendations, but she removes the context that would help people understand how the issues developed. The most recent incident happened last week when I sent her an email about a client complaint that had resulted from miscommunication during a project meeting she'd led. When she forwarded it to our supervisor, she included the client complaint details and my suggestions for addressing the situation. But she removed the part about the miscommunication having occurred during her meeting. When our supervisor asked me about the source of the client complaint, I had to explain the full context, including the meeting miscommunication that had been edited out of the forwarded message. This created an awkward situation where it looked like I was contradicting the information in the forwarded email, even though I was just providing the complete picture. I've started copying other people directly on my emails to avoid having important context removed during forwarding, but this creates extra email traffic and makes communication more complicated than it needs to be. What should be straightforward information sharing has become this careful dance around edited messages and incomplete context. When I've tried to discuss this pattern with my co-worker, she maintains that she's trying to keep communications positive and solution-focused rather than dwelling on mistakes or assigning responsibility. She seems to genuinely believe that editing out references to her role in problems is helpful rather than misleading. That story is over. Editing emails to remove your own mistakes before forwarding them is the workplace equivalent of photoshopping yourself out of crime scene photos. The claim that removing context helps people focus on solutions shows a creative interpretation of professional communication that would make any manager very nervous about information accuracy. Our next tale comes from someone whose neighbour has apparently discovered the most productive hour of the day and wants everyone to benefit from this knowledge. Living in a suburban neighbourhood means accepting a certain amount of noise from lawn maintenance, construction projects, and general outdoor activities. Most people seem to understand that there are reasonable hours for loud activities, usually avoiding very early morning or late evening times when people might be sleeping or trying to relax. My neighbour takes excellent care of his lawn, and the results are genuinely impressive. His grass is perfectly green, evenly cut, and looks like something you'd see in a landscaping magazine. He's clearly invested a lot of time and effort into achieving this level of lawn perfection, and I can appreciate the dedication, even though my own yard maintenance standards are much more casual. The issue started about 2 months ago when he began mowing his lawn at 6 in the morning on Saturday and Sunday mornings. Not 6:30 or 7, but exactly 6 o'clock, right as the sun is coming up and most people are still asleep on their weekend mornings. The sound of his lawn mower became my weekend alarm clock, whether I wanted to wake up that early or not. At first, I thought it might be a one-time thing. Maybe he had a busy schedule that weekend, and 6 in the morning was the only time he could fit in lawn care. But it happened the following weekend, and the weekend after that, establishing a pattern of pre-dawn lawn maintenance that disrupted the peace of the entire neighbourhood. When I mentioned the early mowing to him during a casual conversation, he seemed enthusiastic about sharing his reasoning for the schedule. He explained that 6 in the morning was actually the optimal time for lawn care because the grass was still wet with dew, which made cutting more efficient and healthier for the lawn. He said professional landscapers recommended early morning mowing for the best results. He also mentioned that getting the mowing done early left the rest of his weekend free for other activities, and that he didn't understand why anyone would object to productive morning activities. He seemed genuinely puzzled by the idea that his 6 o'clock lawn care might be disturbing to neighbours who were trying to sleep in on weekends. When I suggested that maybe 7 or 8 o'clock would be a more neighbourly time for weekend lawn maintenance, he said that would interfere with the optimal growing conditions and defeat the purpose of early morning care. He talked about grass biology and moisture levels like he was giving a botany lecture. He then asked if I'd considered that maybe I should adjust my sleep schedule to take advantage of the productive morning hours instead of sleeping through the best part of the day. He said he'd been waking up at 5:30 for years and felt much more energetic and accomplished than when he used to sleep until 8 or 9 on weekends. The conversation took an even stranger turn when he offered to lend me his backup alarm clock so I could start experiencing the benefits of early morning productivity. He said once I got used to waking up at 6, I'd probably thank him for helping me discover how much more I could accomplish during weekend mornings. Since then, he's continued his 6 o'clock mowing routine and has even expanded to include leaf blowing and edge trimming at the same early hour. He waves cheerfully at me if he sees me looking out the window during his dawn lawn maintenance sessions, clearly proud of his dedication to optimal yard care timing. The whole neighbourhood has basically accepted that weekends now begin with the sound of his lawnmower, though I've noticed several other houses have started keeping their bedroom windows closed on Saturday and Sunday mornings. What used to be peaceful weekend mornings have become this scheduled wake-up call, courtesy of his commitment to peak lawn care efficiency. That story is over. Nothing says good neighbour quite like appointing yourself as the neighbourhood's unofficial rooster with a lawnmower. The botanical lecture about dew optimization really seals the deal on turning yard care into a science that apparently requires disturbing everyone's sleep. Some people mistake being productive with being considerate, and the results are predictably exhausting for everyone else. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that family members can develop very creative interpretations of fashion advice. I've always been close with my grandmother, and she's one of those people who shows love through constant gifts and acts of service. She's always knitting something, bringing over home-cooked meals, or finding little things she thinks I might need. It's sweet, and I've always appreciated how much she cares about making sure I'm comfortable and well taken care of. About 6 months ago, she started making comments about my wardrobe whenever I'd visit. She'd mention that some of my clothes looked too trendy or that certain styles weren't appropriate for someone my age. At first, I thought she was just expressing generational preferences about fashion, the kind of thing grandparents say when they don't understand current styles. But then, she started offering to take me shopping for what she called more suitable clothing. She'd suggest we go to department stores where she could help me find pieces that were more classic and timeless. I politely declined these shopping trips because I was happy with my current wardrobe and didn't need help updating my style. That's when I started noticing that some of my clothes were going missing. Nothing dramatic at first, just a shirt here and there that I couldn't find when I was getting dressed. I figured they were in the laundry or I'd misplaced them somewhere in my closet. I have enough clothes that missing a few items didn't seem like a major problem. But the missing clothes started adding up, and they were always pieces my grandmother had specifically commented on. The crop top she'd said was too revealing would disappear. The ripped jeans she'd called inappropriate would vanish from my closet. It became obvious that these weren't random disappearances. When I asked my grandmother directly if she'd seen any of my missing clothes, she said she'd been doing some organising during her visits and had donated items that looked worn out or damaged to charity. She made it sound like she was helping me declutter by getting rid of clothes that weren't in good condition. The problem was that the clothes she donated weren't worn out or damaged. They were pieces I wore regularly and liked, clothes that happened to fall outside her definition of appropriate fashion. She'd essentially been editing my wardrobe according to her personal style preferences. When I explained that I wanted to make my own decisions about which clothes to keep or donate, she seemed hurt. She said she was just trying to help me present myself better, and that some of the items she'd removed weren't flattering or age-appropriate. She made it sound like she was protecting me from fashion mistakes. The situation escalated when I discovered she'd been replacing the clothes she'd donated with items she'd chosen herself. New sweaters would appear in my closet, always in styles that looked like they belonged in a different decade. Cardigans with floral patterns, blouses with conservative necklines, skirts that fell well below my knees. When I found these replacement clothes, she explained that she'd seen some pieces she thought would look lovely on me, and had wanted to surprise me with gifts. She said she'd chosen items that would help me develop a more sophisticated personal style, and that she was excited to see me wearing clothes that brought out my best features. I tried to explain that while I appreciated her generosity, I preferred to choose my own clothes, and didn't want her to continue donating my belongings without permission. She said she understood, but seemed disappointed that I wasn't more grateful for her efforts to help improve my appearance. The clothing substitution continued despite our conversation. I'd come home to find more of my original clothes missing, and more grandmother-approved replacements hanging in their place. Each time I discovered new items, she'd have detailed explanations about why she'd chosen them and how they would help me present myself more appropriately. Last month, I had to start keeping my favourite clothes at a friend's house because I couldn't trust that they'd still be in my closet when I wanted to wear them. The most recent incident involved my entire collection of band t-shirts disappearing and being replaced with a set of pastel cardigans that looked like they came from a 1990s catalogue. When I confronted her about the t-shirt situation, she said rock band imagery wasn't appropriate for someone who wanted to be taken seriously professionally. She'd replaced them with what she called wardrobe staples that would serve me better in work and social situations. She seemed genuinely proud of this fashion intervention. Now I have to hide clothes like I'm smuggling contraband, and my closet looks like it belongs to someone 3 times my age with completely different style preferences. What should be a normal grandmother-granddaughter relationship has become this ongoing battle over fashion autonomy, where my clothes disappear and reappear according to her vision of appropriate dressing. That story is over. Having your grandmother run a covert wardrobe replacement operation is like living in a fashion witness protection program. The fact that she's replacing band t-shirts with pastel cardigans shows a level of style intervention that goes well beyond helpful suggestions. Some gifts come with strings attached, and apparently those strings are made of 1990s knitwear. Moving on to our next tale, which involves someone who learned that childcare supervision can have very different definitions depending on who's watching. I have a close friend who I've known since college, and we've maintained our friendship even though our lives have gone in different directions. She has a 4-year-old daughter who's generally well-behaved and creative, though like most kids that age, she needs supervision and guidance about appropriate activities and boundaries. Last weekend, my friend asked if I could watch her daughter for a few hours while she handled some work obligations that had come up unexpectedly. I don't have kids of my own, but I've babysat before and felt comfortable taking care of a 4-year-old for an afternoon. We arranged for her to drop off her daughter at my apartment around noon. When they arrived, my friend seemed a bit frazzled from her work situation, but grateful for the help. She gave me the usual instructions about snack preferences, nap timing, and emergency contacts. Her daughter seemed excited about the playdate and immediately started exploring my living room to see what toys and activities might be available. I'd prepared for the visit by setting out some colouring books, puzzles, and other kid-friendly activities on my coffee table. I figured we'd spend the afternoon doing crafts, maybe watching a movie, and generally keeping busy with quiet indoor activities that would be manageable in my apartment setting. About an hour into the visit, I stepped into the kitchen to prepare some snacks and drinks. I was gone for maybe 5 minutes, just long enough to cut up some fruit and pour juice into cups. When I returned to the living room, I found that my white living room wall had been decorated with an elaborate drawing in bright red and blue markers. The artwork covered about 4 feet of wall space and featured what appeared to be a family portrait with stick figures, flowers, and various abstract shapes. It was actually quite creative and showed real artistic effort, but it was a permanent marker on my painted wall, which was definitely not something I'd anticipated dealing with during a babysitting session. When I asked her about the wall drawing, she seemed excited to explain her artistic creation and proud of the detailed work she'd done. She pointed out different elements of the drawing and told me stories about each figure and design element. It was clear she'd put considerable thought and effort into her wall art project. I gently explained that we should only draw on paper, not on walls, and that we needed to find ways to clean up the marker if possible. She seemed confused about why drawing on the wall was a problem, saying that her mommy sometimes let her draw on walls at home when she was being creative and expressing herself. When my friend returned a few hours later, I explained what had happened and showed her the wall art. Instead of being apologetic or concerned about the damage to my wall, she seemed delighted by her daughter's creativity. She spent several minutes admiring the drawing and praising her daughter's artistic expression. When I mentioned that the markers had permanently stained my wall and that I'd need to repaint that section, she said she was sure the drawing would come off with the right cleaning products. She suggested that maybe I should try different removal techniques before assuming it was permanent damage. She also mentioned that her daughter was just expressing her creativity and that discouraging artistic expression could be harmful to child development. She said she'd read articles about the importance of allowing children to explore their creative impulses without too many restrictions about where and how they could create art. When I explained that I didn't mind creative expression, but that permanent marker on my walls wasn't acceptable, she seemed to think I was being unreasonably strict about artistic boundaries. She said her daughter had been excited about creating something special to show me, and that the wall drawing was actually a gift that demonstrated how comfortable her daughter felt in my home. She offered to help clean the wall, but when our initial attempts with various cleaning products didn't remove the marker, she suggested that maybe I could just leave the drawing up as a reminder of a fun afternoon. She said it added personality to my living room and showed that my home was child-friendly. When I insisted that I needed to repaint the wall and asked if she could contribute to the cost of the paint and labour, she seemed surprised. She said she hadn't expected me to make such a big deal about something that could probably be painted over for less than $20. The whole incident has made me much more cautious about babysitting, and I've realised that different families have very different ideas about appropriate supervision and activity boundaries. What I considered property damage, she viewed as creative expression that should be celebrated rather than corrected. That story is over. Discovering your wall has become a 4-year-old's personal art gallery while you're cutting fruit is the kind of surprise that tests your friendship boundaries. The suggestion to just leave permanent marker drawings up as home decor shows how some people can reframe property damage as interior design opportunities. Next time someone asks for babysitting help, maybe start with a detailed discussion about approved art surfaces. Our next story involves someone whose family member has apparently appointed herself as the unofficial baby naming coordinator. Planning for a baby involves making hundreds of decisions, from nursery colours to feeding schedules to the countless practical details of preparing for a new family member. One of the most personal and meaningful decisions is choosing a name, something that will be part of your child's identity for their entire life. My partner and I spent months discussing potential names, considering family connections, cultural significance, and simply finding something that felt right for our future child. We eventually settled on a name that had personal meaning for us and felt like the perfect fit for our family. We were excited about our choice and felt confident in our decision. When we shared the name with extended family members, most people were supportive and excited about meeting the new baby. But one family member had a very different reaction. She immediately said she didn't like the name and thought we should reconsider our choice. She said it was too unusual and that children with uncommon names often face difficulties in school and professional settings. I explained that we'd put considerable thought into our name choice and were happy with our decision. She said she understood that we felt attached to the name, but that sometimes parents need outside perspective to make good decisions for their children. She offered to help us brainstorm alternatives that would be more practical and socially acceptable. When we politely declined her help with name selection, she seemed disappointed but said she hoped we'd reconsider before the baby was born. She mentioned that she'd been thinking about potential names herself and had some suggestions that might work better for our family situation. A few weeks later, I discovered she'd been telling other family members to use a completely different name when referring to the baby. She'd apparently decided that our chosen name wasn't suitable and had selected her own preferred alternative that she thought was more appropriate for our child. When relatives would ask about the baby during family gatherings, she'd correct them if they used our chosen name and suggest they use her alternative instead. She'd explain that the parents were still deciding on names and that her suggestion was currently the leading candidate. This created confusion among family members who weren't sure which name to use when asking about the baby or planning gifts and cards. Some relatives started using her alternative name because they thought it was what we'd decided on, while others stuck with our original choice, creating this weird split in how our own baby was being referred to within the family. When I confronted her about spreading an alternative name, she said she was just trying to help us see how much better her suggestion sounded when people actually used it. She claimed she was giving us the opportunity to hear her alternative in context so we could make a more informed decision about our final choice. She also mentioned that several family members had commented positively about her suggested name, which she interpreted as evidence that her choice was more socially acceptable than ours. She said she was just trying to save us from making a decision we might regret later when we realized how much easier life would be with a more conventional name. When I explained that we were committed to our original name choice and that she needed to stop promoting alternatives to family members, she seemed hurt. She said she was just trying to be helpful and that she couldn't understand why we wouldn't want input from someone who had more experience with naming children. The situation escalated when she started referring to the baby exclusively by her preferred name during family conversations, completely ignoring our actual choice. When other people would use our chosen name, she'd respond with comments about how confusing it was that we hadn't made a final decision yet. She even went so far as to order personalised baby gifts with her preferred name, rather than the one we'd chosen, saying she wanted to be prepared regardless of which name we ultimately decided to use. She presented these gifts as helpful examples of how nice her alternative would look on baby items and clothing. At the baby shower, she made a point of referring to the baby by her chosen name during her toast, effectively announcing to the entire gathering that she'd decided our name choice wasn't suitable. When people looked confused, she explained that there were still ongoing discussions about the final name decision. I had to make a public clarification that we had indeed finalised our name choice months ago, and that any alternatives being suggested by family members weren't under consideration. It was awkward and embarrassing to have to correct misinformation about our own baby's name at what was supposed to be a celebration. Even after the baby was born and we used our chosen name on all official documents, she continued to use her alternative when talking about our child. She'd acknowledge that we'd made our decision, but would make comments about how she still thought her suggestion would have been more practical in the long run. That story is over. Deciding that someone else's baby name choice is wrong and launching a family-wide campaign to replace it with your own preference is peak overstepping. The fact that she ordered personalised gifts with her chosen name shows a commitment to her unauthorised naming project that's genuinely impressive in its complete disregard for parental authority. Some people really think they get a vote in decisions that are absolutely none of their business. Our next tale comes from someone who discovered that borrowed items can return with mysterious modifications that nobody wants to claim responsibility for. I bike to work most days when the weather's decent, and I've got a pretty reliable setup that works well for my daily commute. My bike isn't anything fancy, just a solid hybrid that's comfortable for city riding, and has served me well for the past few years. I keep it properly maintained and have all the accessories positioned exactly how I like them. A few weeks ago, my roommate mentioned that his bike was having some mechanical issues and asked if he could borrow mine for a couple days while he got his repaired. Since I could use public transportation temporarily, and he seemed to be in a genuine bind, I agreed to let him borrow it for what was supposed to be a short-term solution. He seemed grateful for the help and assured me he'd take good care of the bike and return it in the same condition. I showed him how to adjust the seat height and gave him the usual warnings about locking it securely and being careful with the gears. He nodded along and seemed to understand the basic maintenance requirements. The couple of days turned into a week, then almost 2 weeks, as his bike repair kept getting delayed due to parts availability and scheduling issues with the bike shop. I was getting tired of taking buses and trains to work, but I didn't want to be unreasonable about the timeline since bike repairs can be unpredictable. When he finally returned my bike, everything looked normal from a distance. It was clean, properly locked, and didn't show any obvious signs of damage or wear. I thanked him for taking good care of it and looked forward to getting back to my normal commuting routine the next morning. But when I went to ride it the next day, I immediately noticed something felt different. The seat was positioned correctly for my height, but it felt completely different when I sat on it. The padding was firmer, the shape was slightly different, and it just didn't feel like the comfortable seat I'd been using for years. When I looked more closely, I realised it wasn't my original seat at all. Someone had replaced my well-worn, comfortable saddle with a completely different model. The new seat was the right colour and general style, but it was clearly a different brand and design than what I'd originally had on the bike. I called my roommate to ask about the seat replacement, and he seemed genuinely confused about what I was talking about. He said he hadn't made any changes to the bike and couldn't understand why I thought the seat was different. When I described the differences I'd noticed, he suggested that maybe I was remembering wrong, or that seats can feel different after not using them for a while. I explained that I'd been riding the same bike with the same seat for years and was very familiar with how it felt, and that this was definitely not the same saddle. He maintained that he hadn't changed anything and couldn't explain why the seat would be different if he hadn't modified it. When I suggested that maybe he'd had the seat replaced due to damage or wear, he said he didn't remember any issues with the seat during the time he'd borrowed the bike. He seemed as puzzled by the situation as I was, but he also seemed genuinely unaware of any seat-related changes. The conversation became increasingly frustrating as he continued to insist that nothing had changed, while I pointed out obvious differences between the current seat and my original one. He offered to help me figure out what might have happened, but he maintained that he had no knowledge of any modifications to the bike. I ended up taking the bike to a local shop to see if they could provide any insight into what had happened. The mechanic confirmed that the current seat was definitely not original equipment for my bike model, and that it had been recently installed based on the condition of the mounting hardware. When I shared this information with my roommate, he seemed surprised but still maintained that he hadn't made any changes to the bike. He suggested that maybe someone at his workplace had swapped seats as a prank, or that the bike shop where his own bike was being repaired had somehow gotten the seats mixed up. These explanations seemed unlikely, given that he'd never mentioned taking my bike to any repair shops, or leaving it in situations where someone else might have access to modify it. But he stuck to his story that he had no memory of any seat-related incidents during the time he'd borrowed it. I had to purchase a new seat that was similar to my original one, which cost me almost $100 to replace something that had been perfectly functional when I'd lent out the bike. The whole experience has made me much more reluctant to lend out personal items, especially when people can't or won't take responsibility for changes that occur while they're borrowing them. That story is over. Returning a bike with a completely different seat while claiming nothing changed is like switching someone's mattress and insisting they just forgot what their bed felt like. The mysterious seat swap that apparently nobody witnessed or authorized shows how convenient memory loss becomes when replacement costs are involved. Some people really think denial is a valid substitute for accountability. Our next story involves a co-worker who has developed some interesting ideas about professional hierarchy and public introductions. Working in a collaborative office environment means dealing with various personality types and communication styles, but most people understand basic professional courtesy when it comes to representing colleagues accurately. There are certain unwritten rules about how you introduce co-workers to clients or external contacts, usually focusing on accuracy and respect for everyone's actual role and responsibilities. There's this co-worker who joined our team about 6 months ago, and she's generally competent at her job, though she has some quirks in how she handles interpersonal dynamics. She's very social, good at networking, and seems comfortable in client-facing situations, which are valuable skills in our industry. The issues started becoming apparent during team meetings with clients or external partners. When introducing team members, she consistently described me as her assistant, even though we have the same job title and report to the same supervisor. The first few times it happened, I assumed it was just a mistake or confusion about our respective roles. But the pattern continued across multiple meetings and client interactions. She'd introduce herself by name and title, then introduce me as her assistant or support staff, effectively creating a hierarchy that didn't exist in our actual organizational structure. When clients would direct questions to her based on these introductions, she'd field them as if she were the primary point of contact. When I tried to address this privately, she seemed surprised that I was bothered by the assistant designation. She said she thought it was just easier for clients to understand our working relationship if there was clear hierarchy, and that she didn't mean anything negative by positioning herself as the lead contact. I explained that we had equal roles and that misrepresenting my position to clients could affect how they perceived my expertise and contributions to projects. She said she understood my concern, but that she thought the assistant framing actually made our team dynamics clearer for external contacts. The situation became more problematic when clients started directing all communication through her because they believed she was my supervisor. Important project updates and feedback that should have been shared with both of us were being filtered through her, creating an artificial bottleneck that affected my ability to do my job effectively. When I brought this up during a team meeting with our actual supervisor, she seemed uncomfortable with the attention and suggested that maybe we were overthinking the importance of titles during client introductions. She said the most important thing was presenting a unified team front, regardless of how individual roles were described. But the misrepresentations continued, and they started affecting how other colleagues perceived our working relationship. People within our own company began treating her as if she had authority over my work, asking her questions about my projects, and assuming she was responsible for managing my tasks and deadlines. The most recent incident happened during a large client presentation where she introduced our entire team to a room of about 20 people. She described herself as the project lead and introduced me as her administrative support, completely mischaracterizing both my role in the project and my professional qualifications. After the meeting, several clients approached her with follow-up questions and business cards, while I was largely ignored despite having contributed equally to the presentation content. The artificial hierarchy she'd created was affecting not just internal dynamics but also external professional opportunities and relationship building. When I tried to address this pattern more directly, she said she wasn't trying to diminish my contributions, but that she thought having a clear point person made client relationships more manageable. She suggested that I was being too sensitive about titles and that the most important thing was successful project outcomes. I've started introducing myself directly to clients and clarifying my actual role when possible, but this creates awkward moments where it looks like there's confusion or conflict within our team. What should be straightforward professional interactions have become these careful negotiations about accurate representation and appropriate hierarchy. The whole situation has made me more conscious of how workplace dynamics can be manipulated through seemingly small misrepresentations, and how difficult it can be to correct false impressions once they've been established with external contacts. That story is over. Consistently introducing your equal colleague as your assistant is the workplace equivalent of stealing someone's professional identity one meeting at a time. The suggestion that creating fake hierarchy makes things easier for clients shows how some people mistake manipulation for management skills. When your coworker starts treating you like hired help in front of clients, it's time to have a very direct conversation about organizational charts. Our next tale comes from someone whose neighbor has apparently become very passionate about municipal lighting regulations and community aesthetics. Living in a residential neighborhood means dealing with various personal preferences about property maintenance, decorating choices, and the general appearance of the area. Most people understand that neighbors might have different tastes when it comes to landscaping, house colors, or outdoor lighting, and that these differences are part of the normal variety you'd expect in any community. I recently installed some new porch lighting that I'd been planning for months. The old fixtures were pretty basic and didn't provide enough illumination for the front porch area when I came home from work. The fixtures had taken me forever to choose because I wanted something that matched the style of my house, while providing good visibility for safety and security reasons. I'd gone with these warm-toned LED lights that cast a nice golden glow across the porch and walkway. They weren't blindingly bright, just enough to illuminate the area without creating harsh shadows or glare. I was really happy with how they looked and felt like they added both functionality and curb appeal to my property. About a week after installation, my neighbor knocked on my door with what looked like official documentation in his hands. He introduced himself as someone who took community standards seriously and said he needed to discuss my new lighting fixtures with me. He seemed very formal and prepared, like he'd been planning this conversation for days. He explained that he'd been researching municipal lighting ordinances and had discovered that my porch lights violated several regulations regarding color temperature and brightness levels. According to his research, residential lighting was supposed to use cool white bulbs rather than the warm-toned ones I'd installed, and my fixtures exceeded the recommended lumens for front porch applications. I was honestly confused by his level of concern about my porch lighting. When I asked him how this affected him personally, he said that improper lighting choices by individual homeowners could impact the overall aesthetic coherence of the neighborhood and potentially affect property values for everyone on the street. He showed me printed pages from city websites and lighting manufacturer specifications, all highlighted and annotated with his own notes about compliance requirements. He'd clearly spent considerable time researching this issue and felt strongly that my lighting choices were problematic for the community. When I mentioned that I'd purchased the fixtures from a reputable home improvement store and that they were standard residential lighting options, he said that retail availability didn't guarantee municipal compliance. He suggested that many homeowners unknowingly violate lighting ordinances because they don't research the regulations before making purchases. He then offered to help me find appropriate replacement fixtures that would meet all the necessary requirements for color temperature, brightness levels, and energy efficiency. He'd already researched several options that he felt would be more suitable for my porch while maintaining neighborhood standards. I told him I appreciated his concern, but that I was satisfied with my current lighting and hadn't received any complaints from the city or other neighbors. He seemed disappointed by my response and said he'd hoped I'd be more receptive to community feedback about aesthetic choices. The conversation ended with him saying he'd continue monitoring the situation and might need to file a formal complaint with code enforcement if I refused to address the lighting violations. He made it sound like my warm-toned porch lights were some kind of municipal emergency that required immediate intervention. Since then, he's made several more attempts to convince me to change my lighting, including bringing me catalogues of approved fixtures and offering to cover part of the replacement cost if I agreed to switch to cool white bulbs. He treats my porch lights like they're disrupting the entire neighborhood's visual harmony. That story is over. Researching municipal lighting codes to complain about your neighbor's perfectly normal porch lights is the kind of suburban detective work that nobody asked for. The offer to pay for replacement fixtures shows impressive dedication to solving problems that don't actually exist. Our next tale involves someone whose family member has apparently decided that social media property ownership works differently than actual property ownership. I bought my first house about 8 months ago, and it's been one of the biggest accomplishments of my adult life. I saved for years to afford the down payment, and finding the right place took months of searching through listings and attending open houses. When I finally closed on this house, I felt incredibly proud and excited to have my own space. The house isn't anything spectacular, just a modest 3-bedroom ranch in a quiet neighbourhood, but it has character and potential. I've been slowly working on improvements and decorating, trying to make it feel like home while staying within my budget. I love having friends and family over to see what I've done with the place. My aunt has always been very active on social media, constantly posting photos of her activities, family gatherings, and various life events. She has a large following and seems to really enjoy curating her online presence with carefully staged photos and detailed captions about her lifestyle and experiences. A few weeks ago, I was scrolling through social media when I came across a post from my aunt that made me do a double take. She'd posted a series of photos of my house, both interior and exterior shots, with a caption talking about how grateful she was for her beautiful home and how much she loved entertaining in her spacious living room. The photos were ones she'd taken during a recent visit, and they were definitely of my house, my furniture, my decorating choices. But according to her social media post, this was her home, her aesthetic, her lifestyle. She'd completely claimed ownership of my property in her online narrative. I called her immediately to ask about the post, thinking maybe it was some kind of mistake or technical error with the photo uploads. She seemed surprised that I was calling about it and said she'd just been sharing some photos from a lovely afternoon she'd spent at what she called her favourite relaxing space. When I pointed out that the photos were of my house and that her caption claimed it as her own property, she said I was being too literal about social media captions. She explained that she hadn't specifically claimed to own the house, just that she felt at home there and wanted to share the beautiful space with her followers. I read her caption back to her, which included phrases like, "my living room," "our family home," and "grateful for this space we call home." She said those were just expressions of how comfortable she felt in the house, and that anyone reading the post would understand it was metaphorical rather than literal ownership claims. When I explained that her followers had no way of knowing the house wasn't actually hers, and that the post was misleading about property ownership, she seemed frustrated. She said social media was about sharing beautiful moments and spaces, and that she didn't think people would assume literal ownership based on a few casual photos. The post had received dozens of likes and comments from people complimenting her on her beautiful home, her decorating taste, and her lifestyle choices. Friends were asking about her renovation projects and wanting to know more about her design process. She was receiving praise and attention for my property and my work. When I asked her to either clarify in the comments that it wasn't actually her house or remove the post entirely, she seemed hurt. She said she'd just been trying to share something beautiful with her friends and couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal about harmless social media content. She eventually agreed to add a comment clarifying that she was visiting family, but she made it sound like I was being unreasonably controlling about photo sharing and social media posts. She suggested that I was taking social media too seriously and missing the point of sharing happy moments with online communities. But the damage was already done in terms of the impression she'd created with her initial post. Her followers had already formed ideas about her lifestyle and property ownership that would be difficult to correct with a single, clarifying comment buried among dozens of other responses. That story is over. Posting photos of someone else's house while claiming it as your own home is social media identity theft at its finest. The suggestion that property ownership claims are just metaphorical shows some creative interpretation of what constitutes honest online representation. Moving on to our next story, which involves someone whose friend has developed some interesting theories about shared electronic accessories. I work remotely most days, which means I spend a lot of time at coffee shops, libraries, and other public spaces where having a reliable phone charger is essential. I invested in a high-quality charging cable that's durable enough to handle daily use and long enough to reach outlets that aren't conveniently positioned near seating areas. The charger cost me about $40, which seemed reasonable for something I'd be using multiple times every day. It's one of those braided cables that's supposed to be more resistant to wear and tear than the standard plastic ones. And it came with good reviews for longevity and charging speed. I have this friend who's constantly running low on battery power because she never remembers to charge her devices overnight. She's always asking people if they have chargers she can borrow, and she seems to view phone charging as a community responsibility rather than something individuals should manage for themselves. When we started meeting regularly at the same coffee shop for our weekly catch-up sessions, she began automatically reaching for my charger whenever her phone died. At first, I didn't mind sharing since we were sitting together anyway, and it seemed like basic friend courtesy to help someone out with a dead battery. But I started noticing that my charger cord was getting stretched and frayed much faster than I'd expected. The cable that was supposed to last for years was showing signs of wear after just a few months, with visible stretching near the connectors and some of the outer braiding starting to separate. When I mentioned the wear issues to my friend, she seemed surprised and said she'd been very careful with the charger. She suggested that maybe the quality wasn't as good as advertised, or that daily use just naturally caused that kind of deterioration, regardless of how carefully it was handled. The cord kept getting worse, developing kinks and weak spots that made it unreliable for charging. Eventually, it stopped working entirely, leaving me without a charger when I needed it most during a long work session at a cafe. I had to buy a replacement, which was frustrating since the original should have lasted much longer. When I bought the new charger, I mentioned to my friend that I was planning to be more careful about how it was used and stored to avoid the same wear problems. She nodded along, but then immediately started using the new cable the same way she'd used the previous one. I watched her yank the cord to unplug it from wall outlets, wrap it tightly around her phone while charging, and generally handle it like it was a disposable accessory rather than something that needed to be treated carefully to maintain its functionality. When I asked her to be more gentle with the cable, she seemed confused and said that charger cords were meant to be used and that being overly precious about them was impractical. She said she'd never had problems with her own chargers lasting a reasonable amount of time. I pointed out that she was constantly borrowing other people's chargers because her own kept breaking, which seemed to contradict her claim about reasonable durability. She said that was different because she used her charger more heavily than most people due to her high phone usage patterns. The new charger started showing the same wear patterns within weeks, and I realised that her handling style was definitely the cause of the premature deterioration. When I brought this up, she said that charger cords were basically community property in friend groups, and that expecting people to handle them like delicate equipment was unreasonable. She suggested that if I wanted a charger that would last longer, I should buy one specifically for sharing and accept that communal electronics would naturally wear out here faster than personal items. She made it sound like my expectations about cable care were unrealistic given the social context of our coffee shop meetings. When I started keeping my charger in my bag instead of leaving it on the table for general use, she seemed annoyed. She said I was being territorial about a basic utility item and that friends should be more generous about sharing essential electronics accessories. The most recent incident happened when she asked to borrow my charger and then left the coffee shop with it, apparently forgetting that it belonged to me. When I texted her about it, she said she'd assumed I had extras and that she'd bring it back the next time we met up. That story is over. Treating someone else's expensive charger cable like a disposable toy and then claiming electronics are community property is friendship boundary testing at its worst. The suggestion to buy a separate charger specifically for sharing shows remarkable creativity in avoiding personal responsibility for property damage. Our next story comes from someone whose sibling has apparently become the household snack quality control manager. Living with family members means sharing certain household expenses and responsibilities, but there are usually clear boundaries about personal belongings versus communal items. Food shopping tends to fall into both categories, with some items being shared family groceries and others being individual purchases based on personal preferences and dietary needs. My sibling and I have been sharing an apartment for about 6 months, while we both save money for our own places. We generally split the cost of basic household necessities like cleaning supplies and utilities, but we keep our food purchases separate since we have different tastes and eating schedules. I'm not particularly picky about food quality, but I do have preferences for certain brands and products that I've grown up eating. When I buy snacks or treats for myself, I usually choose items that I know I'll enjoy, even if they cost a little more than generic alternatives. It's one of the small luxuries I allow myself within my budget. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that my snacks were disappearing from the pantry and being replaced with different versions of similar products. My favourite cookies would be gone, but there would be store-brand cookies in their place. My preferred crackers would vanish, replaced by a cheaper alternative that looked similar but tasted completely different. At first, I thought maybe my sibling was borrowing my snacks and replacing them with what they had available, which seemed like a reasonable way to handle occasional sharing. But when I asked about it, they explained that they'd been upgrading my food choices by replacing lower quality items with better alternatives. According to them, the snacks I was buying were overpriced for what they were, and they'd found equivalent products that offered better value for money. They seemed proud of their cost-saving substitutions and expected me to be grateful for their budget-conscious grocery management. I explained that I preferred my original choices and that I was willing to pay extra for brands I actually enjoyed eating. They seemed surprised that I would choose more expensive options when cheaper alternatives were available, and they questioned whether I could actually taste the difference between similar products. They offered to do a blind taste test to prove that the generic versions were just as good as the name brand items I've been purchasing. When I declined and asked them to stop replacing my food purchases, they seemed disappointed that I wasn't more open to their cost-saving suggestions. The substitutions continued despite our conversation, with increasingly creative justifications for why the replacements were superior to my original choices. They'd research nutritional information to argue that their alternatives were healthier, or find reviews claiming that store brands were manufactured by the same companies as name brands. When I started keeping my snacks in my bedroom to avoid the replacement cycle, they seemed hurt and said I was being territorial about food sharing. They suggested that hiding snacks in my room was antisocial behaviour that went against the collaborative spirit of roommate living. The situation escalated when they started leaving detailed notes explaining their substitution reasoning, complete with price comparisons and ingredient analyses. They'd replaced my chocolate bars with carob alternatives and left a manifesto about the health benefits of avoiding processed sugar and artificial flavours. When I confronted them about the increasingly elaborate food replacements, they said they were trying to help me develop better eating habits and more conscious consumer choices. They framed their unauthorised grocery substitutions as a form of lifestyle coaching rather than interference with my personal purchases. The most recent incident involved them replacing my coffee with a decaffeinated herbal alternative, because they'd read articles about the negative effects of caffeine on sleep patterns and anxiety levels. They'd included printed research about coffee addiction and suggestions for gradual caffeine reduction strategies. I finally had to establish a completely separate food storage system and make it clear that any interference with my personal grocery purchases would result in me moving out. They seemed genuinely confused about why I wasn't appreciative of their efforts to improve my diet and spending habits through strategic product substitutions. That story is over. Replacing someone's snacks with cheaper alternatives and calling it an upgrade is grocery store gaslighting at its finest. The progression from cookie substitutions to full lifestyle intervention with research citations shows how some people turn food preferences into personal improvement projects that nobody requested. Speaking of roommate situations that test your patience, this next tale involves someone whose colleague has apparently decided that office equipment belongs to whoever needs it most at any given moment. Working in a shared office environment means dealing with communal resources like printers, copiers, and other equipment that everyone needs to access for their job responsibilities. Most workplaces have informal systems for managing shared resources, with people generally being considerate about usage time and purposes to ensure everyone can get their work done efficiently. Our office has a high-quality printer that handles both regular documents and more specialized printing needs like presentations, reports, and client materials. It's positioned in a central location where everyone can access it, and it generally works well for the volume of printing our team requires on a daily basis. There's this colleague who's been with the company for about a year, and she seems to view the office printer as her personal printing service rather than a shared resource. She regularly sends large personal printing jobs to the office printer, treating it like it's her home printer that happens to be located at work. The personal printing started small, with occasional documents that could have been work-related or personal. But over time, the jobs became more obviously personal and more time-consuming for the shared printer. She'd print entire photo albums, lengthy personal documents, and bulk printing projects that would tie up the printer for extended periods. Last month, I went to print an important client presentation and found the printer occupied with someone's personal project. The print queue showed about 50 pages of what appeared to be family photos, travel pictures, and personal documents that had nothing to do with work responsibilities. When I asked around to see whose print job was running, my colleague explained that she was printing materials for her daughter's school project. She said the school's printer was broken and that she needed high-quality colour printing for the presentation boards they were creating. I waited almost an hour for her personal printing to finish, which made me late for my client meeting and created unnecessary stress around a time-sensitive work obligation. When I mentioned this to her, she seemed surprised that anyone would object to her using office resources for educational purposes. She explained that her daughter's school project was related to environmental science, which connected to our company's sustainability initiatives, so the printing was arguably work adjacent. She suggested that supporting educational activities was part of corporate social responsibility, and that the office should be proud to contribute to academic success. The personal printing continued and escalated, with increasingly elaborate projects that required specialty paper, multiple colour settings, and extended printer usage time. She'd print invitations for family events, promotional materials for her husband's small business, and bulk printing for various personal activities and organisations. When I finally brought the issue to our supervisor's attention, my colleague seemed offended that I'd escalated the situation rather than speaking directly to her. She said she'd assumed everyone understood that office resources were available for reasonable personal use, and that she'd never been told there were restrictions on printing content. She also mentioned that she'd been leaving money in a jar near the printer to cover the cost of paper and ink for her personal jobs, which she felt demonstrated her commitment to fair usage of office resources. She seemed to think payment resolved any concerns about appropriate use of company equipment. The supervisor had to establish formal policies about personal use of office equipment, which created awkward conversations and documentation requirements that hadn't been necessary before. What should have been common sense about shared resources became a formal policy issue because of one person's extensive personal printing habits. Even after the new policies were implemented, she continued pushing the boundaries of what qualified as work-related printing. She'd find creative justifications for why personal documents were connected to professional development or company initiatives, requiring ongoing monitoring and enforcement of the usage guidelines. Last week, she left her personal bank statements face up in the printer output tray, where anyone walking by could see detailed financial information about her accounts, transactions, and personal expenses. When I mentioned this privacy concern, she said she'd just forgotten to collect the documents and that everyone occasionally left things in the printer. That story is over. Printing 50 family photos on the office printer and claiming it's for corporate social responsibility shows Olympic-level creativity in justifying personal convenience. Leaving bank statements face up in the shared printer tray is the kind of privacy breach that makes HR departments create entirely new policy manuals. Our next story involves someone whose neighbour has apparently decided that property lines are more like suggestions when it comes to optimal party locations. I've lived in my current house for about 3 years, and one of the things I really appreciate about the property is the mature oak tree in my backyard. It provides excellent shade during the summer months and creates this nice natural canopy that makes the whole yard feel more private and comfortable for outdoor activities. The tree coverage is particularly valuable during the hottest parts of summer, when direct sunlight can make it unbearable to spend time outside. I've set up a small patio area under the tree where I can read, work on my laptop, or just relax in the shade during pleasant weather. It's become my favourite part of the property. My neighbour has a nice yard as well, but it's more open with less natural shade coverage. His property gets full sun exposure throughout most of the day, which is great for his vegetable garden but makes it less comfortable for extended outdoor activities during peak summer heat. Last weekend I was inside preparing for a quiet Saturday when I heard voices and activity coming from my backyard. When I looked out the window, I saw my neighbour setting up tables and chairs under my oak tree, apparently preparing for some kind of outdoor gathering on my property. I went outside to ask what was happening, and he explained that he was hosting a barbecue for his extended family and had decided that my yard offered better shade conditions for the event. He'd already set up most of his party supplies and seemed to expect that I'd be fine with his family gathering taking place under my tree. When I told him that he couldn't host his party on my property without permission, he seemed surprised and said he'd thought it would be obvious that he needed to use the shaded area for his guests' comfort. He pointed out that his own yard didn't have adequate shade coverage for a large group during the afternoon heat. He asked if I'd be willing to let him continue with his setup since his family members were already on their way and he'd promised them a comfortable outdoor gathering. He offered to clean up afterward and said his guests would be respectful of my property and landscaping. I explained that while I appreciated his consideration about cleanup, I hadn't agreed to host his family barbecue and would prefer that he move his party to his own yard. He seemed disappointed and said he'd hoped I'd be more neighbourly about sharing outdoor space for special occasions. He suggested that maybe we could work out a compromise where his party could use part of my shaded area while I retained access to the rest of my yard. He'd apparently assumed that neighbour relations included sharing optimal outdoor spaces for social events when needed. When I declined his compromise suggestions and asked him to move his party setup to his own property, he seemed frustrated. He mentioned that his elderly relatives had mobility issues and that the shade was important for their health and comfort during the gathering. He also pointed out that the tree branches extended slightly over the property line, so technically part of the shade fell on his yard anyway. He seemed to think this created some kind of shared usage rights for the entire shaded area, regardless of where the tree was actually planted. As I stood there explaining property boundaries and the need for permission before using someone else's yard, his first guests started arriving. Family members began walking into my backyard and setting up lawn chairs under my tree, following his directions about where the party was taking place. I had to approach his guests directly and explain that the gathering was actually supposed to be next door, creating an awkward situation where extended family members had to relocate their chairs and coolers while looking confused about the property logistics. He eventually moved his party to his own yard, but spent the rest of the afternoon making pointed comments about neighbourly cooperation and community spirit. He seemed to view my refusal to share my shaded yard space as evidence of antisocial behaviour rather than basic property boundaries. That story is over. Setting up your family barbecue in someone else's backyard because it has better shade is the kind of neighbour logic that makes property surveys suddenly very important. The suggestion that tree branches extending over the property line creates shared usage rights shows impressively creative interpretation of real estate ownership laws. Moving on to our next tale, which involves someone whose friend has developed some interesting approaches to social dining economics. I have this friend who I've known for about 2 years, and we generally get along well and enjoy spending time together. We have similar interests, compatible senses of humour, and have developed a comfortable friendship that includes regular social activities like movies, shopping trips, and dinner dates at various restaurants around town. She's always been somewhat disorganised about practical things, like remembering to bring her wallet, keeping track of appointments, and managing her personal finances. I've generally found this quirk endearing rather than problematic, and I've been happy to help out with small things when she's forgotten something or gotten confused about logistics. About 6 months ago, we started meeting for dinner more frequently, usually at casual restaurants where we could catch up over good food and drinks. These dinners became a regular part of our friendship routine, and I looked forward to our weekly or bi-weekly restaurant gatherings as a way to maintain our connection despite busy schedules. The first time she forgot her wallet, it seemed like a genuine mistake. We'd finished a nice dinner, and when the check arrived, she started searching through her purse with increasing panic, eventually announcing that she'd left her wallet at home and couldn't pay for her meal. I offered to cover her portion of the bill, figuring it was the kind of thing that happens to everyone occasionally, and that she'd pay me back or cover my meal next time. She was grateful and embarrassed, promising that she'd be more careful about remembering her wallet for future dinner dates. But the wallet forgetting became a pattern that occurred with suspicious regularity. Every few dinner outings, she'd reach the end of the meal only to discover that she'd somehow forgotten to bring money or cards to pay for her food and drinks. Each time she'd seem genuinely surprised and apologetic about the oversight, explaining that she'd been rushed leaving the house or that she'd switched purses and forgotten to transfer her wallet. Her explanations were always reasonable and delivered with convincing embarrassment about the inconvenience. I started paying attention to the timing and frequency of these wallet emergencies. They seemed to happen most often when we went to more expensive restaurants, or when she'd ordered multiple drinks or appetizers during the meal. The pattern suggested that the forgetting wasn't as accidental as it appeared. When I began suggesting that we split the check before ordering to avoid end-of-meal payment surprises, she'd always agree, but then somehow still end up without her payment method when the actual bill arrived. She'd pat her pockets and search her purse with what looked like genuine confusion about where her wallet could possibly be. The most recent incident happened at a restaurant where we'd agreed in advance that we'd each pay for our own meals. When the server brought separate checks, she immediately launched into her familiar wallet-searching routine, complete with apologies and explanations about rushing out of the house. As she was explaining her latest payment crisis, I noticed her wallet clearly visible in the side pocket of her purse, exactly where wallets are typically kept. When I pointed this out, she immediately grabbed it and acted like she'd just found it in an unexpected location. When I asked her directly about the wallet being visible the entire time, she said she hadn't noticed it there and thanked me for helping her locate it. But the whole interaction felt performative, like she'd been putting on a show about losing something that was never actually lost. I've started suggesting we go Dutch before we even sit down, and I make sure to see her payment method before we order anything. It's awkward having to verify that my friend can actually pay for her meal, but the alternative is continuing to subsidize her dining habits under the guise of accidental forgetfulness. That story is over. The wallet that's somehow invisible until someone points it out is a magic trick that only works if you're willing to pretend basic object permanence doesn't exist. Some people really think memory loss is selective and only applies to financial responsibility. It's amazing how forgetfulness becomes a chronic condition when there's a free meal involved. Our next story comes from someone whose roommate has apparently discovered a new revenue stream in shared living spaces. Living with a roommate means splitting costs and sharing common areas, but there's usually an understanding that the rent you pay covers your right to use all the shared spaces in the apartment. We divided up the bedrooms and agreed on how to split utilities, and I thought we had a pretty standard arrangement for roommate living. Everything seemed normal for the first few months. We'd both use the living room for watching TV, working on laptops, or just relaxing after work. Sometimes we'd hang out together, other times we'd be in the same space but doing our own things. It felt like a typical roommate dynamic, with reasonable sharing of the common areas. About 6 weeks ago, I started noticing my roommate making comments about how much time I was spending in the living room. She'd mention that I was out there watching Netflix again, or point out that I'd been working on my laptop in the living room for several hours. At first, I thought she was just making conversation about our respective schedules, but then the comments became more pointed. She'd ask if I was planning to be in the living room all evening, or suggest that maybe I could work in my bedroom sometimes to give her more access to the common space. She started treating the living room like it was primarily her domain that I was occasionally borrowing. Last week, she sat me down for what she called a roommate discussion about fair usage of shared spaces. She'd apparently been keeping track of how much time each of us spent in the living room, and she'd determined that I was using it significantly more than she was. She had actual numbers and time logs documenting my living room presence. She then presented what she called a fair solution to the usage imbalance. She'd calculated that since I was using the living room about 60% of the time, I should pay 60% of what she called the living room portion of our rent. She'd broken down our total rent and assigned a value to each room, including the shared spaces. According to her calculations, I owed an additional $75 per month to account for my excessive living room usage. She'd created a detailed spreadsheet showing how she'd arrived at these numbers, complete with square footage measurements and time-based usage fees. When I pointed out that our rent already covered shared access to all common areas, she said that was only fair if usage was equal. Since I was monopolizing the living room, she felt it was reasonable to adjust our financial responsibilities to reflect actual usage patterns rather than theoretical equal access. She compared it to utility bills, saying that people who use more electricity pay more money, so people who use more living room space should also pay proportionally higher rent. She seemed to think this was a logical extension of normal roommate cost-sharing principles. I explained that rent typically covers the right to use shared spaces, not a per-hour fee for actually using them. She said that was an outdated approach to roommate finances that didn't account for actual usage patterns or fair resource allocation. When I refused to pay extra for using the living room, she started charging me for other shared space usage. She left me a bill for using the kitchen table to eat meals, claiming that dining area access should also be calculated based on time spent and frequency of use. The most recent incident involved her presenting me with an invoice for bathroom usage fees, broken down by shower time, counter space usage, and mirror access. She'd apparently been timing my bathroom visits and calculating charges based on what she called premium shared facility usage. She's also started posting a schedule on the refrigerator showing designated living room hours for each roommate, with overtime fees listed for anyone who exceeds their allocated time slots. She treats shared living space like a timeshare rental property with detailed usage tracking and financial penalties. That story is over. Creating a billing system for using your own living room is the kind of entrepreneurial innovation that makes normal roommate agreements look like rocket science. The bathroom usage invoice broken down by mirror access time shows impressive dedication to monetizing basic human needs. Some people really think shared spaces work like pay-per-view television. Speaking of people who think they can rewrite the rules of borrowed items, this next tale involves someone whose cousin has some creative ideas about clothing care. I have this really nice jacket that I saved up to buy last year. One of those versatile pieces that works for both casual and more formal occasions. It's well made, fits perfectly, and has become one of my favourite items in my wardrobe. I'm pretty careful with my clothes, especially the more expensive pieces that I want to last for years. My cousin was going to a wedding a few months ago and mentioned that she was struggling to find the right outfit. She'd tried several stores, but couldn't find a jacket that worked with her dress, and she was getting stressed about having appropriate attire for the formal event. Since we're similar sizes, I offered to let her borrow my jacket for the wedding. She seemed grateful for the loan and promised to take good care of it during the event. I mentioned that it was one of my favourite pieces and asked her to be careful with it, particularly around food and drinks, since wedding receptions can get messy. She assured me she'd be extra cautious and return it in perfect condition. The wedding was on a Saturday, and she was supposed to return the jacket to me the following week. When she finally brought it back, everything looked fine from a distance, but as soon as I got close to it, I was hit with this overwhelming floral scent that definitely wasn't my usual perfume or fabric softener. The jacket reeked of some kind of heavy perfume that was so strong it made my eyes water. When I asked my cousin about it, she seemed surprised by my reaction and said she'd worn her usual fragrance to the wedding. She suggested that maybe the scent would fade after a few days of airing out. But this wasn't just residual perfume from wearing the jacket for one evening. The fabric was completely saturated with fragrance, like it had been deliberately sprayed or soaked in perfume. When I mentioned that the smell was overwhelming and seemed stronger than normal perfume transfer, she got defensive. She said she'd spilled a little perfume on the jacket while getting ready for the wedding, but that it had just been a small accident. She offered to have it dry cleaned, which seemed like a reasonable solution until I remembered that I'm allergic to most commercial perfumes and strong fragrances. I explained that I couldn't wear the jacket until the perfume smell was completely gone, and that my allergy meant I'd have reactions if any fragrance residue remained in the fabric. She seemed annoyed that I was making such a big deal about what she called a minor perfume accident. When I took the jacket to a dry cleaner, they told me that the perfume saturation was too heavy for standard cleaning methods. The chemical smell had penetrated so deeply into the fabric that it would require specialized treatment that might damage the jacket's material and construction. I called my cousin to explain the dry cleaning situation and the potential costs for the specialized cleaning process. She seemed shocked that removing perfume could be so complicated and expensive, and she questioned whether the dry cleaner was being honest about the difficulty of the cleaning process. She suggested that maybe I was being overly sensitive about the perfume smell, and that most people wouldn't even notice the fragrance after a few more days. She made it sound like my allergy was an inconvenience that was making a simple situation unnecessarily complicated. When I mentioned that the specialized cleaning would cost almost as much as I'd originally paid for the jacket, she said she couldn't afford to cover those expenses. She offered to split the cost, but maintained that a small perfume spill shouldn't require such expensive treatment. The jacket eventually had to be treated multiple times before the fragrance was removed, and even then, it never quite felt the same. The fabric texture was slightly different, and I always worried that some chemical residue might trigger my allergies, even though I couldn't smell anything. She continues to insist that it was just a minor accident that got blown out of proportion, and she seems frustrated that I haven't loaned her clothes since then. She acts like my reluctance to share clothing is an overreaction to what she considers a small mishap that could happen to anyone. That story is over. Returning a borrowed jacket so saturated with perfume that it needs hazmat-level cleaning is the kind of accident that defies basic physics. The suggestion that allergy sufferers are just being dramatic about chemical sensitivity shows remarkable insensitivity to medical conditions. Some people really think other people's belongings are testing grounds for their fragrance experiments. Moving on to our next story, which involves someone whose co-worker has apparently appointed herself as the unofficial meeting consultant. Working in an office environment means attending various meetings throughout the week, from team updates to client presentations to planning sessions for upcoming projects. Most people understand basic meeting etiquette about when to speak up, how to contribute constructively, and when to let others lead the discussion. There's this co-worker who's been with the company for about 8 months, and she's generally knowledgeable about her area of expertise. She contributes good ideas during brainstorming sessions and seems to understand her role within our team structure. But she has this habit during meetings that's becoming increasingly problematic for team dynamics. Whenever our supervisor is leading a meeting or presentation, this co-worker positions herself right next to him and spends the entire time whispering suggestions, corrections, and additional information directly into his ear. She'll lean over and murmur comments about the content, suggest different ways to explain concepts, or add details she thinks he's forgotten to mention. At first, I thought maybe she was helping him with technical details or providing information that was relevant to her specific projects. But I started noticing that her whispered commentary was constant throughout meetings, covering everything from basic presentation flow to obvious information that didn't need additional explanation. The whispering creates this weird dynamic where our supervisor will be in the middle of explaining something, then pause to listen to her input, sometimes changing direction or adding information based on her whispered suggestions. It makes it look like she's co-leading meetings that she's supposed to be attending as a regular team member. Other team members have started glancing at each other during these whisper sessions, clearly noticing the ongoing sidebar conversations that are affecting the flow of meetings. It's distracting when you're trying to focus on presentation content, but there's this constant murmuring happening at the front of the room. The most obvious incident happened during a client presentation when she spent the entire meeting whispering suggestions about slide content, timing, and client interaction strategies. Our supervisor kept getting distracted by her input and would adjust his presentation based on her real-time feedback, making the whole thing feel improvised rather than prepared. When I mentioned the whispering pattern to a colleague, they said they'd noticed it too and found it unprofessional. They pointed out that if she had input about meeting content, she should either contribute during appropriate discussion periods or speak with the supervisor before or after meetings rather than coaching him throughout the presentation. During team meetings, her whispered advice covers everything from scheduling decisions to project priorities to personnel discussions that she shouldn't necessarily be influencing as a regular team member. She acts like she's the supervisor's advisor rather than someone who reports to him like the rest of us. The whispered commentary has started affecting how clients and external meeting participants perceive our team structure. People seem confused about who's actually leading meetings when there's constant sidebar consultation happening between the official presenter and someone who's supposed to be a regular attendee. Last week, during a budget planning meeting, she whispered so many suggestions about financial priorities and resource allocation that our supervisor ended up deferring to her input on several major decisions. It felt like she was making supervisory-level choices through her whispered consultation rather than through official channels. When our supervisor stepped out of a meeting briefly, she actually continued his presentation and answered questions from other team members like she was the designated backup leader. She seemed completely comfortable taking over the meeting leadership role without any official authorization or discussion. The whole pattern has created this impression that she's somehow more influential or knowledgeable than other team members, when in reality, she just has better access to the supervisor's ear during meetings. It's affecting team dynamics and making other people question whether their own contributions are being heard or valued. That story is over. Turning every meeting into a personal coaching session through constant whispering is like having a real-time editor for someone else's presentation. The fact that she seamlessly took over when the supervisor left shows how much she thinks those whispered consultations have elevated her status. Some people mistake proximity to authority for actual authority itself. Our next tale comes from someone who discovered that package delivery can become surprisingly competitive in residential neighborhoods. Living in a neighborhood with regular package deliveries usually means developing a routine with delivery drivers who learn your address, understand your preferences for package placement, and generally make the process smooth and reliable. Most neighbors are considerate about each other's deliveries, understanding that packages are personal property that should reach their intended recipients. I order things online fairly regularly, nothing excessive, but enough that I'm familiar with the delivery patterns for my address and have a good relationship with the regular drivers who service my neighborhood. They know to leave packages behind my front gate or to ring the bell if I'm home. Standard delivery practices that work well for my schedule and property setup. About 2 months ago, I started noticing that some of my expected deliveries weren't arriving when they should have been. Tracking information would show packages as delivered to my address, but when I'd check my usual delivery spots, nothing would be there. At first, I thought maybe there were delays or delivery errors, but the missing packages became a pattern that was hard to ignore. Items that tracking systems confirmed as delivered would simply vanish, leaving me to contact companies about replacement shipments and deal with the hassle of reporting missing deliveries. It was frustrating and time-consuming to manage these disappeared packages. Last month, I happened to be working from home when I saw a delivery truck stop in front of my house. I watched the driver approach my door with a package, but before he could reach my front steps, my neighbor came out of her house and intercepted him in my driveway. I couldn't hear the entire conversation, but I saw her pointing toward her house and gesturing in a way that seemed to be giving the driver directions. After a few minutes of discussion, the driver followed her to her front door and left my package there instead of at my address. When I went outside to ask what had happened, my neighbor explained that she'd told the delivery driver I'd moved away and that packages for my address should be delivered to her house instead. She said she was trying to prevent packages from being stolen by collecting them on my behalf until she could figure out my new address. I was completely confused by her explanation, since I obviously hadn't moved anywhere and was standing right there talking to her in front of my house. When I pointed this out, she seemed surprised and said she'd been told by someone that I was no longer living at my address. She couldn't specify who had given her this information, but she insisted that she'd been acting in good faith to protect my packages from theft. She offered to give me the package that had just been delivered, but she made it sound like she was doing me a favor rather than correcting a mistake. When I asked about other packages that might have been delivered to her house instead of mine, she said she'd been holding several items but hadn't known how to contact me to arrange pickup. She disappeared into her house and returned with a box containing about a week's worth of my missing deliveries. I thanked her for collecting the packages, but explained that she should let delivery drivers complete their normal delivery process rather than redirecting my mail to her address. She seemed disappointed and said she'd just been trying to be helpful by providing package security services for the neighborhood. The next week, the same thing happened again. I watched from my window as she intercepted another delivery driver and directed him to leave my package at her house. When I confronted her about it, she said the driver had seemed confused about the address and she'd just been helping him find the right location. I had to contact the delivery companies directly to ensure that drivers understood my correct address and delivery preferences. I also had to explain that a neighbor had been incorrectly redirecting packages and that all deliveries should go to my actual address, regardless of what anyone else might tell them. She continues to monitor delivery trucks when they come to my street, and I've seen her having conversations with drivers that seem to involve pointing toward different houses. Last week, I found a delivery notice for my package that had been left at her door instead of mine, requiring me to track down my own mail from someone else's house. That story is over. Telling delivery drivers that your neighbor moved away while they're literally standing in their own driveway, is the kind of reality denial that makes you question someone's relationship with basic facts. The package protection service that nobody requested shows how some people turn mail theft into community service. It's impressive how helpful neighbours can make receiving your own deliveries feel like a scavenger hunt. Moving along to our next story, which involves someone whose friend apparently believes aesthetic consistency applies to other people's social media accounts. Social media has become this space where people curate their online presence, sharing photos that represent their lifestyle, interests, and personal aesthetic. Most people understand that everyone has different approaches to what they want to share and how they want their profiles to look, respecting individual choices about personal branding and content selection. I have this friend who's really into photography and has developed what you could call a very specific aesthetic for her social media accounts. Her photos are always perfectly staged, color coordinated, and edited to create this cohesive visual theme that's honestly pretty impressive in terms of artistic consistency and planning. She's built up a decent following based on her carefully curated content, and she takes her online presence seriously as a creative outlet and potentially a career opportunity. I admire her dedication to her aesthetic vision and the effort she puts into creating content that reflects her personal style and interests. A few months ago, she asked if she could use some photos from my apartment for a project she was working on. She said my place had really good natural light and some interesting architectural details that would work well with her current content themes. I was happy to help since she's a friend, and I was curious to see how she'd incorporate my space into her artistic vision. She came over with her professional camera equipment and spent about 3 hours taking photos throughout my apartment, focusing on areas with good lighting and interesting compositions. She was very particular about angles, lighting conditions, and the arrangement of objects within each shot, clearly putting a lot of thought into the creative process. The photos she took were genuinely beautiful, showcasing my apartment in ways I'd never noticed before, and highlighting architectural details that I'd taken for granted. She had a real talent for finding interesting compositions and making ordinary spaces look magazine-worthy through her photography skills. A few days later, I started seeing my apartment photos appearing on her social media accounts, but something felt off about how they were being presented. She'd edited the images heavily, changing colours, adjusting lighting, and adding filters that completely transformed the original appearance of my space. More concerning was that she was posting these photos as if they were taken in her own home, using captions that talked about her living space, her decorating choices, and her lifestyle. She'd essentially appropriated my apartment photos to create content about her personal domestic life. When I saw the posts, I called her to ask about the misleading captions and the heavy editing that made my apartment look completely different from reality. She seemed surprised that I was concerned and explained that she'd just been using my space as a backdrop for her aesthetic content creation. She said that social media was about creating beautiful imagery rather than documenting literal reality, and that using different locations for photo shoots was a normal part of content creation. She made it sound like I was being too literal about the connection between photos and the actual locations where they were taken. When I pointed out that her followers would assume the photos showed her own living space, she said that was just how social media worked, and that most people understood that online content was curated rather than completely authentic. She suggested that I was overthinking the implications of location-based content sharing. I asked her to either clarify in her captions that the photos were taken in someone else's home, or remove the posts that misrepresented my apartment as her living space. She seemed frustrated and said that adding disclaimers would ruin the aesthetic consistency of her content and confuse her followers about her brand messaging. She offered to crop the photos differently or apply different filters, but she didn't want to change the captions or clarify the actual location because that would disrupt what she called her content narrative. She treated my apartment like a photo studio that existed to support her online brand rather than someone's actual living space. The most recent incident involved her asking to come back and take more photos. This time, wanting to rearrange my furniture and add props to create what she called better content opportunities. She seemed to view my apartment as an extension of her photography equipment rather than my personal living space. That story is over. Using someone else's apartment to create fake lifestyle content about your own living situation is social media catfishing at the architectural level. The request to rearrange furniture for better content opportunities shows how some people think other people's homes exist primarily as photo sets. It's amazing how aesthetic consistency can justify complete misrepresentation of basic facts like where you actually live. Our next tale involves someone whose sibling has apparently developed a very transactional approach to family financial relationships. Family members helping each other out financially is pretty normal, especially when someone's going through a rough patch or dealing with unexpected expenses. There's usually an understanding that these arrangements are based on trust and mutual support rather than formal business relationships, with flexibility about repayment timing and terms. My brother has always been someone who struggles a bit with money management, not because he doesn't work hard, but because he has expensive hobbies and tends to make impulse purchases that strain his budget. Over the years, I've helped him out with loans for things like car repairs, security deposits, and other financial emergencies. These loans have always been informal arrangements between siblings, with the understanding that he'd pay me back when he could afford it. I've never charged interest or demanded formal repayment schedules, figuring that family relationships should be more flexible and supportive than business transactions. About 6 months ago, he asked to borrow $300 to help with his rent payment, saying he'd gotten behind due to some unexpected medical expenses. I transferred the money immediately, and he seemed grateful for the help during what was clearly a stressful financial period. Instead of the casual repayment approach we'd used in the past, he set up a formal payment schedule and started paying me back $50 every 2 weeks. I appreciated his commitment to repaying the loan, but the formal structure felt unnecessary for what had been a simple family favour. But then he started getting angry when I'd spend money on things he considered unnecessary or frivolous. He'd see me buy coffee or go out to dinner and make comments about how I could afford to treat myself, but was pressuring him about loan repayments. When I pointed out that I wasn't pressuring him about anything and that he'd set up his own repayment schedule, he said that wasn't the point. He felt like I was living comfortably while he was struggling to pay me back, and that created an unfair dynamic between us. He started questioning my purchases and suggesting that maybe I should be more understanding about his financial situation instead of expecting regular payments while I was spending money on entertainment and convenience items. He made it sound like accepting his loan payments was somehow taking advantage of his financial difficulties. The situation escalated when he missed a payment and then got defensive when I asked about it. He said he couldn't believe I was focused on money when he was dealing with family stress and work pressures. He acted like my concern about the missed payment was evidence that I cared more about money than about his well-being. When I explained that I'd just been checking to make sure he was okay since he'd been so consistent with payments, he said that proved my point about being too focused on financial transactions rather than family relationships. He seemed to think that mentioning money at all was inappropriate in a family context. He then suggested that maybe I should just forgive the remaining balance of the loan since I clearly didn't need the money as much as he did. He pointed out that I had savings and financial stability while he was living paycheck to paycheck, making the loan more of a hardship for him than a loss for me. When I declined to forgive the loan and reminded him that borrowing money usually involves paying it back, he got upset and said I was being greedy and unsupportive. He made it sound like expecting loan repayment from family members was somehow morally questionable. The most recent conversation involved him telling me that I should feel guilty about taking money from him when he was struggling financially, as if the loan had been my idea rather than his request for help. He'd completely reframed the situation so that I was the one causing his financial problems, rather than the one who'd helped solve them. That story is over. Getting angry at someone for accepting the loan payments you volunteered to make is the kind of financial logic that makes accounting textbooks weep. The suggestion that expecting repayment makes you greedy shows how some people can transform borrowing money into a victim narrative. It's remarkable how quickly family assistance can become family exploitation when paying it back becomes inconvenient. Speaking of people who think they've discovered innovative approaches to shared responsibilities, this next story comes from someone whose roommate has apparently revolutionized the concept of household contribution. Living with roommates means figuring out how to divide household responsibilities fairly, from cleaning common areas to managing shared expenses to maintaining the overall living environment. Most roommate arrangements involve some combination of dividing tasks, taking turns with responsibilities, or finding systems that work for everyone's schedules and preferences. My roommate and I had been sharing an apartment for about 4 months when she started what she called a household optimization project. She said she'd been thinking about ways to make our living arrangement more efficient and fair for both of us, which sounded like a reasonable approach to improving our domestic situation. She'd apparently been tracking various household activities and had noticed what she called usage patterns that she felt weren't being reflected in our current responsibility sharing system. She'd been keeping detailed notes on everything from paper towel usage to dish patterns. Washer loading'd apparently calculated that some roommates contributed more to household maintenance than others, and to address she wanted what she saw as an unfair distribution of domestic labour. Her solution was to implement credit she called a contribution for various points system, where roommates would earn household activities and then use those points to offset their share of monthly expenses. She'd created an elaborate spreadsheet that assigned point values to everything from taking out trash to wiping down counters to organising the refrigerator. According to her calculations, I'd been under and contributing to household maintenance owed additional monthly payments to balance out my lower domestic participation scores. She'd assigned monetary values to different cleaning tasks and had determined that I needed to either increase my cleaning activities or pay her for the extra work I looked been doing. When at her spreadsheet, I realised she'd assigned herself points for activities that either didn't need doing or that she'd chosen to do without any discussion. She was claiming credit for organising my personal belongings, deep cleaning areas that were already clean, and performing maintenance tasks that neither of us had agreed necessary. She'd also given herself bonus points for what she called management activities, like creating the tracking system itself and monitoring our household performance metrics. She was essentially charging me for the privilege of being monitored and evaluated by my own roommate. The whole system felt like living with a supervisor rather than a roommate, with every domestic activity being tracked, scored, and monetized according to her personal standards of household management. That story ends there. Creating a point system to charge your roommate for using shared spaces is the kind of innovative extraction rent that would make corporate landlords jealous. The bonus points for creating the system that charges you extra fees shows remarkable circular logic in action. Our next story takes us into the boundaries world of property and neighbourly assistance. I've been living in my house for about 3 years now, and for the most part, my neighbours have been pretty reasonable. The couple next door keeps to themselves. We wave suburban when we see each other, typical stuff. But about something odd 6 months ago, I started noticing happening to the hedge that runs along our shared fence line. The hedge is technically on my side of the property line. Plant-eyed it when I first moved in because I wanted some privacy, and it looked fancy nice. Nothing, just some basic shrubs that I trim maybe twice a year to keep them looking decent. I'm not exactly a master gardener, but I do my best to keep my yard looking present, morning-eyeable. One was having my coffee on the back deck when I noticed my neighbour climbing over the fence with a pair of hedge trimmers. At first I thought maybe something had fallen into his yard or he was helping me out somehow. But then I watched him start meticulously trimming my hedge. Not just a quick clean-up, but a full-upping job resh that took him almost 2 hours. When he finished, I walked over to ask what was going on. He smiled and said he'd noticed the bit hewn hedge was getting even and thought he'd help out making it look more symmetrical. He seemed genuinely proud of his work and was waiting for me to thank him. I tried to explain polite, and that while I appreciated the thought, the hedge was on my property, and I preferred to take care of my own landscaping. He looked confused and said that since we both had to look at it every day, it made sense for a person with better trim theming skills to handle maintenance. He pointed out that his own hedge was perfectly manicured, while mine had been, in his words, slightly lopsided. He asked him again, but didn't him to check with me before doing any work on my plants in the future. I thought that would be the end of it, but 2 weeks later, him doing caught it again. This time, he was out there at 7, like in the morning, trimming away at his own yard. When I confronted him, he said the hedge had started looking unbalanced again, and he couldn't stand seeing it that way. He insisted that symmetry was important for property values and that I should appreciate having a neighbour who cared about maintaining standards. I told him more firmly that he needed to stay on his side of the fence and letted me handle my own landscaping. But I agree, could tell he wasn't the next happy about it. For a month, I caught him staring at my hedge through his kitchen window with this pained expression. Like he was watching torture a work of art. Then last week, I came home from in-work to find him in my yard again, but this time he'd brought level and was measuring the height of each section of the hedge. When saw me, he explained that he'd been watching Thid calculate hedge grow and had the exact measurements needed to achieve perfect symmetry. He'd even drawn up a maintenance schedule that purports would keep everything in correctly throughout the growing of season. I tried explaining property lines, asking him to stop, even putting along up a small fence that section of the yard. But he keeps finding ways to access the hedge, and every time he insists he's just trying to help maintain proper symmetry. Yesterday, I found a note in my mailbox with detailed instructions on hedge trimming techniques and a suggestion that we split the cost of professional landscaping tools. The hedge actually does look really good when he's done with it. I'll give him that. But it's the principle of the matter. It's my property, my plants, and my choice how to maintain them. I just want him to stay on his side of the fence and let me handle my own yard work, even if it means living with slightly imperfect symmetry. That story's over. Some really people can't handle imperfection, even when it's not their responsibility to fix it. The fact that he's out there with measuring tools and maintenance someone's schedules for else's hedge shows a level of OBS impressivation that's honestly in the worst way possible. The landscaping notes in the mailbox are just the cherry on top of this suburbanique Sunday. Speaking FR control of people who can their own business, this next story involves someone who decided to rewrite history in the most convenient way possible. I've known this friend since college, and she's always been the type of person who has strong opinions about everything. We've stayed over the years, and I've always been someone she could count on when it got tough financially. About 8 months ago, she was going through a rough patch with her job situation and was worried about making rent to me one evening completely. She called out, stressy, saying she didn't know what she was going to do and that she might to move back in with her parents. I'd just gotten a bonus at work and had some extra money sitting in my savings account, so I offered to loan her $1,500 to help her get through the month. We agreed she'd pay me back in 3 months when she expected to have her finances sorted out. I transferred the money that same night, and she was incredibly grateful. She kept saying she didn't know what she would have done without me, and nevered that she'd forget how I helped her when she really needed it. For the next few weeks, she'd text me updates about her job search and thank me again for being such month 3 a good friend. The mark came and went without any mention of rep-iament. Didn't want to be pushy about it, so I waited another month before bringing it up casually during dates one of our regular coffee. She seemed surprised that I mentioned it and said she thought we'd agreed on 6 months, not 3. I was pretty sure it had been 3 months, but I didn't want to argue about it, so I said that 6 months would be fine. 6 months passed, and still nothing. By this point, I really needed the money back because I was dealing with some unexpected car repairs. When I brought it up again, she got defensive and said she was still struggling financially and couldn't believe I was press moneying her about when she was going through such a hard time. I tried to be understanding, but I explained that I had my own expenses to deal with and really needed her to start making payments, even if it was just $50 a month. She agreed that, but the payments never materialized. Every time I asked about it, there was a new crisis or emergency that made it impossible for her to pay anything. Last month, I was at a party with a group of mutual friends when topic of money and friendship came up. Someone mentioned how awkward it can be when friends borrow money from each other, and my friend immediately jumped into the conversation. She started telling everyone about how stressful it had been when she had to loan me money during a difficult period in my life. I sat there in complete shock as she described in detail how she'd helped me out when I was struggling to pay rent, how worried she'd been about whether I'd be able to pay when she was back, and how relieved when I finally did. She made it sound like she'd been the generous friend helping me through a crisis, not the other way around. Several people at the party turned to look at me with sympathetic expressions, clearly thinking I'd been going through financial difficulties. One friend even offered to help me out if I was still struggling with money. I was so stunned by the complete story reversal that I didn't even know how to respond. When I pulled her aside later and asked what she was talking about, she acted confused and said she thought that's what had happened. When I reminded her that I was her, the one who had lowest money, she got flustered and said she'd gotten we mixed up because had both been going through stressful times. But she never corrected the story with our friends. Infi. The mysteriating part is that she still original hasn't paid me back the $15, but $100. Somehow in her version of events, she's the generous friend who came to my rescue. I don't know if she genuinely convinced herself that's what happened, or if she's deliberately rewriting history to avoid feeling guilty about the debt gymnastics require. That story is over. Dead to flip mental yourself from borrow your to lender in own memory is truly Olympic level self-deception. It's amazing how some people can rewrite history so completely that they become the hero of someone else's generosity story. The casual way she told a room full of people the exact opposite either of what happened shows genuine delusion or masterful manipulation. Our next tale comes from someone dealing with a co-discover worker who has the perfect excuse for controlling the office environment. I work in a pretty standard office environment with about 20 people spread across an open floor plan. Like most offices, we have ongoing debates about the thermostat. Some people are always cold, others are always hot, and finding temperature that works for everyone is basically impossible. For the most part, we've managed to keep it somewhere in the middle ground where it's tolerable for everyone. About 2 months ago, we hired a nice member who seemed enough during her first friendly week. She asked goo with dead questions, and seemed to fit in well office culture, but then she started having issues with the temperature. Every morning when she arrived, the first thing she'd do was walk over to the thermostat and crank it up to 80 degrees. At first, people assumed she was naturally cold and would readjust it once she were temperature med up. But the wool day stay at 80, all turning the office into a sauna. After a few days of this, several people mentioned to her that it was getting uncomfortably warm and asked if she could lower it a bit. That's when she explained that she suffers from severe arm migraines that triggered by cold temperatures. She said her doctor had specifically told her that temperature fluctuations and cold environments were major triggers for her condition, and that maintaining a consistent warm temperature was the only way she could function at work. Nobody wanted to be the person who argued with someone's medical needs, so we tried to work around it. People bringing fans to their desks, wearing lighter clothing, and generally just dealing with the heat. But 80 degrees in an office where people are sitting at computers all day is genuinely miserable. Within an hour of her arrival, each wool morning, everyone would be sweating and uncomfortable. The situation got more other complicated when she started poll people's attempts to cool down. If someone opened it and a window, she'd explain that drafts were a trigger. If someone brought in a portable them-to-point fan, She'd ask it away from her area because the air movement was problematic. She even complained to management when someone suggested just setting the thermostat to 25 degrees, saying that anything below 80 put her at risk for debilitating headaches. What made it even more frustrating was that she seemed to be the only person in the office who was comfortable. Everyone else was visibly wilting in the heat, but she's sitting there in long sleeves and closed-toe shoes, completely fine, while the rest of us were practically melting at our desks. Last week I decided to do some research on mid-Coleraine triggers and temperature sensitivity. Wild can indeed be summer trigger for people. The medical literature suggests that most migraine sufferers are actually more sensitive to heat than cold. Sudden temperature changes can be problematic, but maintaining an environment that's 20 degrees warmer than normal office temperature seemed excessive. I also started paying attention to her behaviour throughout the day. She'd arrive at 8 set in the morning and immediately 30, but thermostat to EI step noticed that she'd often outside for phone calls or smoke breaks, spending 15 or 20 minutes in weather that was significantly cooler than the office. If cold temperatures were such a severe trigger, it seemed odd that she'd voluntarily expose herself to them multiple times per day. The breaking point came yesterday when she complained to HR being about the office hostile to people with medical conditions because someone had brought in an ice pack for a sports injury. She claimed that seeing cold items made her anxious about potential temperature drops and that we needed to be more considerate of invisible disabilities. Meanwhile, 3 people have started working from home more often because they can't toll an hour rate the heat. Productivity has definitely dropped because everyone is uncomfortable and sluggish in the sauna-like conditions. The IR solution, only, is that her to preventing her migraines is giving everyone else heat-induced headaches. That story ends right there. Turning an entire office into a personal sauna and then policing everyone else's attempts to cool down is next-level workplace manipulation. The fact that she's stepping outside into cool, clear air while claiming temperatures trigger migraines really tells you everything you need to know about the legitimacy of this situation. Some people will weaponize medical conditions to get their way. Consequences for everyone else be damned. Speaking of people who think they're the main character in every situation, this next story involves someone who apparently missed the memo about how family photos work. My family had gathered for this milestone celebration. We're talking about 40 people who hadn't all been in the same room for 5 probably years. The photographer we'd hired was doing a great job capturing candid moments throughout the day, but the moment was going to be the formal family portrait. Getting 40 people organised for a photo is like herding cats under the best circumstances. People were scattered around the backyard, kids were running around, and it took a solid 10 minutes just to get everyone's attention. The photographer had us arranged in rows with the birthday person front and centre, surrounded by her children, then grandchildren behind them, and great-grandchildren filling in the spaces. I'd been positioned right next to the guest of honour on her left side, meaningful, which felt since we've always had a special relationship. Making the photographer was final adjustments, moving people slightly to get better angles and making sure everyone was visible. He'd just said, "Okay, everyone look this way," when my cousin suddenly stepped forward from the back row. Without saying put a word, his hands on my shoulders, and physically moved me aside, taking my spot right next to our relative. I was so shocked that I didn't even react at first. 1 second, I was standing in my assigned position, and the next second, I was awkwardly positioned behind someone's my shoulder, while cousin had claimed the prime real estate. The photographer looked confused and asked if everything was okay. My cousin smiled and said he thought arrangement this looked better, that it was more balanced with him next to the birthday person, since he was taller. Meanwhile, I'm standing there trying to process what had just happened and figure out how to respond without causing a scene at this important celebration. The guest of honour noticed the commotion and asked what was going on. My cousin told her he'd just adjusted the positioning to make sure the photo looked professional. He put his arm around her and started talking about how important it was to capture moment properly, completely ignoring the fact that he'd just pushed me out of my spot to make it happen. I could see other family members looking uncomfortable, but nobody wanted to be the person who started drama during the photo session. The photographer was clearly just waiting for us to sort the picture ourselves out so he could take. I had about 3 seconds to decide whether to stand up for myself or let it slide for the sake of keeping the peace. I chose to speak up. I told my cousin that I'd been positioned there intentionally and asked him to return spot to his original in the back row. He acted surprised and said he thought we were just trying to get the best arrangement possible. He suggested that maybe I was being a little too possessive about standing positions and that we should focus on what was best for the family photo. The whole situation was becoming increasingly awkward. The birthday person looked upset that there was conflict happening during what was supposed to be a joyful moment. Other family members were starting to whisper among themselves. His watch. The photographer was checking and probably wondering how long this was going to take. An aunt finally stepped in and diplomatically suggested that we take multiple photos with different arrangements so everyone could have a turn, standing in the honoured position. It was a reasonable solution that allowed my cousin to save face while giving me back my original spot. We ended up taking about 6 different photos with various groupings and arrangements, but the damage was already done. What should have been a simple, meaningful family photo had turned into this weird power struggle that left everyone feeling uncomfortable. Even now, weeks later, I keep thinking about how presumptuous it was for him to just move me aside, like he had some kind of assigned seating authority. That story is over. The entitlement of just physically moving someone out of a family photo spot is breathtaking. Imagine thinking you have the authority to rearrange people like chess pieces at someone else's celebration. The fact that he acted like he was doing everyone a favour by making the photo more professional just makes it worse comes. Our next story that from someone who learned asking family for help sometimes comes with unexpected creative liberties. I've a golden my retriever for about 4 years now, and he's always been my pride and joy. His name is Copper, and he has this gorgeous thick coat that's this perfect golden colour that catches the light beautifully when he runs. I've always been pretty particular about his grooming, taking professional him to the same week's groomer every 6 to keep him looking his best. Last month, I had to go out of town for a work conference that was going to last 5 days. I'd never left Copper for that long before, and I was stressed about finding someone to take care of him. Boarding facilities make me nervous, and I wanted him to stay somewhere familiar where he'd be comfortable and get plenty of attention. Mum offered to watch him at her house, and it seemed like the perfect solution. Copper knows her well. She has a big fenced yard, and she's retired so she'd be home with him all seem a day. She'd excited about having a furry house guest for the week, and I felt relieved knowing he'd be in good hands with someone who loves him almost as much as I do. I dropped Copper off on Sunday morning before my flight, along with detailed instructions about his feeding schedule, his favourite toys and the contact information for his vet, just in case. My mum was already spoiling him with treats and belly rubs before I even left her driveway. I felt confident that he was going to have a great week. The conference kept me busy, but I texted my mum every day to check on Copper. She'd send me photos of him playing in the yard, sleeping on her couch, and generally looking happy and relaxed. Everything seemed to be going perfectly, and I was looking forward to picking him up on Friday afternoon. When I arrived at my mum's house after my flight, I could hear Copper barking excitedly inside, clearly recognising the sound of my car in the driveway. My mum opened the front door with this big smile and called for Copper to come see me. What came running toward me looked like a completely different dog. Copper's beautiful long coat had been shaved down to maybe half an inch all over his body. His fluffy tail was now skinny rope with a little puff at the end. His face looked completely different without the longer hair around his ears and muzzle. He looked like a golden retriever who'd been crossed with a poodle, and not in a good way. I stood there staring at my dog, trying to process what I was seeing. My amming like sheeby mum was done me this incredible favour. She started explaining how she'd noticed that Copper seemed warm during their walks, and how she thought he'd be more comfortable with shorter hair for the summer months. She'd taken Grow him to Herrimer and asked for a nice summer cut. I asked her why she hadn't called me before making such a drastic change to Mighty Surprise Dog's appearance. She seemed by my reaction and said she thought it'd be grateful that she'd taken care of his grooming while I was away. She pointed out that it would save me money since I wouldn't need to take him to the groomer for a while. The thing is, golden retrievers have double suppose coats that are to provide insulation against both heat and cold. Shaving them down like this can actually make temperature regulation more difficult and can sometimes cause the coat to grow back in cord specifically. I avoided having Copper's coat cut short because I knew it wasn't good for his breed. When I tried to explain this to my mum, she got her defensive and said that groomer had assured her it was of people fine and that lots get their dogs shaved in the summer. She couldn't understand why I was upset about something that was going to grow back anyway. She kept saying that Copper seemed happier and cooler, and that I was being too precious about his just appearance. I was upset about how he looked, though that was part of it. I was frustrated that she'd made a major decision about my dog without consulting me first. If she'd called and asked, I could have explained about his coat type, and we could have discussed other ways to keep him cool, like more frequent brushing or limiting walks to cooler parts of the day. That story is over. Nothing says I'm helping quite like permanently altering someone's pet without permission. The fact that she genuinely gratingly expectitude for this surprise makeover shows how completely she missed the mark on understanding boundaries. Poor Copper probably has everyone no idea why keeps staring at him with that look of horrified recognition. Moving right along to our next tale, which involves someone whose roommate has appointed herself as the household nutrition police. Living with roommates always involves some level of compromise when it comes to shared spaces and expenses. You learn to work around different schedules, respect each other's belongings, and generally try to coexist peacefully in the same space. What I, to Defen, didn't expect was having my grocery choices like I was facing a food tribunal every time I came back from the store. My roommate started what she calls a clean eating journey about 2 months ago. She's always been health conscious, but this was a complete lifestyle overhaul involving organic everything, no processed foods, and that lot of supplements cost weekly more than my entire grocery budget. I was supportive of her goals, happy that she was doing something that made her feel good. The problems viewing started when she began threatening my food choices as somehow to her new lifestyle. I'd come home from grocery shopping and find her examining my purchases with this disapproving expression, making comments about ingredients and additives like she was conducting a scientific analysis of everything I planned to eat. At first, it was just passive-aggressive observations. She'd notice my frozen dinners and mention how much sodium they contained. She'd see my regular pasta and talk about how much better she felt since switching to Quinn on my Snower. She'd comment acts and suggest health costier alternatives that 3 times as much. I tried to be patient with her enthusiasm for healthy eating, but it was getting exhausting to have every food choice critiqued by just someone who discovered nutritional labels 2 months earlier. I started unpacking my groceries quickly and storing everything in my designated areas to avoid the commentary. Last week I came home from a particularly long day at work to find that half of my groceries were frozen missing. The meals I'd bought for busy weeknights were gone. My regular bread had been replaced with some kind of sprouted grain loaf that looked made like it was from tree bark. Even my coffee creamer had been swapped out for an unsweetened almond version that tasted like water. When I asked my roommate what happened to my food, she explained that she'd thrown away the items that didn't align with healthy living and had replaced them with better alternatives. She said she was the protecting household from processed foods and chemicals, and that I'd thank her once I experienced how'd feel eating much better. I clean. I was completely stunned by her response. These weren't shared groceries or items that affected her in any way. They were my personal food purchases that I'd bought with my own money, and planned to eat in my own space. The idea that she had the authority to throw away my belongings and replace them with things she approved of was beyond presumptuous. When I told her I wanted her to replace everything she'd thrown away, she got defensive and said she was trying to help me make better choices. She pointed out that the replacement items were higher quality and that I was being ungrateful for her attempt to improve my health. She actually used the phrase protecting the household like my frozen dinners were some kind of toxic waste. That story is over. Appointing yourself as the household food police and literally throwing away your roommate's groceries is peak controlling behaviour. The fact that she expected gratitude for this intervention while demanding reimbursement for the replacement items she chose shows a special kin of entitlement that's hard to match. Some people really think their dietary choices should be mandatory for everyone around them. Our next story comes from someone who discovered that neighbours can get very creative about property rights. I moved into my current house about a year ago, and one thing I really love about it is the big picture window in my living room. It faces west, so I get this beautiful natural light in the evenings, and I can see the sunset on my couch. I work from home most days, so having that bright, cheerful view has been great for my mood and productivity. About 3 months ago, I started getting strange looks from my neighbour across the street whenever I was in my front yard. He's an older guy, probably in his 60s, and he'd always seemed friendly enough. We'd wave to each other when we saw each other getting mail or working in our yards, normal neighbour stuff. Then one evening, I was sitting in my living room reading when I heard someone knocking on my front door. It was my neighbour, and he looked kind of uncomfortable. He introduced himself properly and said he wanted to talk to me about something that had been bothering him. I invited him in, thinking maybe there was a noise issue or something I could easily fix. He sat down on my couch and looked around the room for a minute before explaining why he was there. He said that my living room lights were creating a problem for him in the evenings. Specifically, he told me that when I had my lamps on after dark, the light coming through my window was ruining the ambience in his backyard. I wasn't sure what he meant by that, so I asked him to explain. He said he liked to sit on his back deck in the evenings and watch the sunset, but my house lights were creating a glare that interfered with his view of the natural lighting. He said it was particularly problematic when I had multiple lamps on, because the bright artificial light was competing with the softer evening light he was trying to enjoy. I told him I was sorry he was having that issue, but I wasn't sure what I could do about it. I explained that I work late hours sometimes and need to have lights on in my living room. He nodded and said he understood, but then he made a suggestion that caught me completely off guard. He asked if I would be willing to keep my blinds closed after sunset so that my interior lighting wouldn't spill out into the neighbourhood. He said it would really help him enjoy his outdoor time without the distraction of artificial light sources. He even offered to split the cost of blackout curtains if I was worried about the expense. I stared at him for a moment, trying to process what he was asking. He wanted me to block my own windows in my own house so that he could have a better view from his backyard. I told him that I really valued the natural light from that window and that closing the blinds every evening would make my living room feel closed off and dark. He seemed disappointed by my response and explained that he'd been dealing with this problem for months. He said he'd tried adjusting where he sat on his deck, but my window was positioned in such a way that the light was visible from most angles in his backyard. He mentioned that his evening routine of watching the sunset was really important to his mental health and relaxation. The conversation went on for almost an hour, with him presenting various arguments for why blocking my windows was the logical solution to his sunset viewing problem. He never seemed to consider that asking someone to darken their own living space for a neighbour's convenience might not be a reasonable request. That story is over, and that's all for tonight. I hope you sleep well. Good night and sweet dreams.